need my agenda, though. I can't get very far. Are you going to do I just looked over and I thought, roll call, please.
Supervisor Giomi,
Here.
Supervisor White,
Here.
Supervisor Jones, Supervisor Shooty,
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now on to agenda item number 3, which is our invocation. I think Pastor Henderson is here. Please lead us this morning.
Let's pray. Father, we're grateful for a beautiful day. We're grateful to live in a beautiful place, Father. And here we are at the last regular meeting of the year. Soon, our city and state will see new faces, and we ask for your blessing upon all these changes. And today, we celebrate service of many good people, and we thank you for that. It's an exciting time of year, Lord. May we be filled with the joy and the hope of this season. Thank you for our community. We ask your blessings upon these decision makers. We pray in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Sheriff, will you do us the honor of the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We're now on to agenda item 5, which is our public comment period. First on the list, I have Harry Honda. And you need to push the button and it'll turn green. And then state your name for the record and provide your.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Harry Honda. I'm owner of the 5-Star Motel LLC, known as the Frontier. We met here a couple of years back. So I'm just going, I think I passed around the letters. I'm going requesting to reinstate my business license. According to the compliance, we have 2 buildings. We finished building 1 and building 2. Building 1 with fully compliance with all the requirement was done in the last year, 2020. Yeah, it's been 2 years already. Yeah, so the building 1 is a fully compliance. From A to Z was finding. We currently working in the building 2, and that in a timely manner. Due to some material shortage and the labor shortage, especially in winter weather as well, we all know that, and we won't be able to finish the way we want it. But we request the board supervisors and the mayors to please let us open the building 1 as required. We brought up during the meetings with the cities. We had about 6 meetings with the cities. Every meeting, they keep promising us so we can open building 1, and then we can work at one at a time. And we work on building 1 to push it out, building 2 to push it out, and finish building 1 so we can open up and get some revenue. So I'm not sure, I'm requesting all the board supervisors and the mayors and the public to help me out. I put about over $700,000 from my pocket. I'm running out of money, I'm drying out, and at the same time, cities can get a benefit of the tax revenues. And the addition to that, I did a lot of extra work. I put a brand new parking lot in the front and the back, so which is good. Has a nice looking. We done a brand new paint inside, outside. Everything is new. So I'm looking for everyone's help. I'm not sure why we cannot open building 1 as right now. And we have met with the building 1 is also approved by all the agencies, building, health, fire, and even including the sheriffs. So I'm requesting again, please let us open up the building 1, and we will continue to work on building 2, and which we should be done next few months. Any questions, any comments?
It's not agendized, so we
Oh.
can't, sorry, different rules.
Oh, okay.
But-
So please take into consideration, look into that and help me out.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Mr. French was next, but I think his issue has been resolved. I'm getting an okay that it was, so, although he's popping in, let me just double check.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Supervisors. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I had brought up 2 items, and we're going to not have those brought up now. We're going to take care of those on the side. Thank you. There was another consideration for me as far as things, and because I rattled around where I am, my notes are not with me. And it's about adding fees to the existing ones at the landfill. And I'd like that to be spoken of as much as possible. So if there's agenda specifically for fee considerations and distribution of the costs. Also, I'd like to consider, and I don't have the specific words, I lost my yellow note, but it is to suggest that there's what I considered a nuisance fee, but it's a fee that other communities have that they put on their contractors that is figured by a formulation of the weight of the vehicle and the consideration of the trips that it would be making as far as our road wear. And it's got a specific word. I'll bring it up when I can find my notes. But those type of things, and I'd really like the fees to be considered for the landfill. Outsiders have been getting a great break, and I know there's a balance matter, and I appreciate that. And as there are already development fees, it's hard balance to find as to what to charge an individual for the road wear that they're causing through the work and the transport of their materials and equipment. And I would like those considered. Thank you very much. The other matter is that there are people here today that don't know the rules, that you're not allowed to comment and different things like that. Would be helpful just to go over that on layman's terms so that people can understand that, so they don't think they're just not getting responses, but that you're not allowed to respond under circumstances, and that sometimes you will refer an individual to a specific person for help, which you've done for me many times. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ms. Cram? Is it Cram? Oh, sorry.
Hi there, I'm Bruce Cram, I'm a homeowner here. I know it's not on the agenda today, but I don't see any need to raise the fees of the landfill for homeowners here in Carson City. There's many other options, mainly the green rate. It's a lower rate at the landfill. The stuff just goes into MSW to start with, just raise the price to MSW, and then the homeowners won't have to pay an additional fee. My other thing is, there's a lot of other budgeting things that should be considered here. If you guys ran your houses like they spend money here at the city, you guys wouldn't have any money. I called you and I called the supervisor of Ward 3. You both called me back, said you'd look into the wasteful spending, changing the logo on all the city trucks. Had to have cost a fortune, and all the paperwork on our billing has been changed. There was stuff already bought. That's very wasteful. And anyway, the landfill makes plenty of money. You should charge the out-of-county businesses the same price as the in-county, or you're charging the out-of-county businesses the same price as the in-county, like from 3 different counties, from Douglas, El Dorado, and Lyon County. You're taking sludge from them from $10 a ton. They don't take $10 a ton for anything. There's a side deal that was made, and you raise the price on the sewer and storm drain. So there's only 2 of us in my house. We pay over $1,000 a year for water, sewer, and storm drain. That's a lot. Maybe not to you guys, but it is to me. So I really wish you'd consider not raising the price to the homeowners at the landfill. There's many other ways to make your money up. Please consider raising that green rate, because it's just a farce. It gets put straight in the trash, and the limbs you have to pay extra to chip.
Thank
you.
All right, thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. That was a public hearing that we had at our last meeting on the landfill rates. So just as a slight recap, because that one was already on an agenda and a public hearing, we did instruct staff to shift to the out of county rates and attempt to leave the in-county residents rates stable. So just in case you didn't catch that at our last meeting,
This is the first meeting. I only heard about it on the news and
okay. I just wanted to put that out there just
I
in case,
appreciate
since
you
that one
listening.
already was a public meeting and we already instructed and asked staff to bring us back consistent rates for the in-county and to pass them to the out-of-county. So thank you for that. Do I have anyone else for public comment that did not come on in?
Hello, I've never
morning.
been to one of these meetings before, so I didn't know I was supposed to sign up before.
Okay, welcome.
I have a comment for the seniors in Carson. We are now paying over $400 extra for a school debt tax. And now you're gonna do a $50 road tax per month, per household. Our seniors cannot afford all of this. They haven't had children in their houses in years. There is no exempt forms for that. How do I go about finding out how to help them
I
with
can.
the exempt forms?
Mr. French brought something up, so I think he might be right that especially when people are brand new. So in general, public comment at the beginning or the end of a meeting, you can bring up anything that you think is within the purview of this board. We cannot take any actions because it's not on an agenda. And if it isn't, we're not legally allowed to
Right, right.
have public discussion on that item. But what we often do is connect you with someone that can help you with what you're interested in.
Okay.
So if you will just, do I have another sign-up sheet back there? If you would just sign in with your name and contact information,
Yes.
we'll have someone give you a call.
Yes, thank you, because
Oh,
the
Madam Mayor,
prices of
absolutely.
everything for these poor seniors, I'm
Your
a
name.
caregiver.
Did you
And-
put your name on the record?
June Marsh,
Yeah, I did.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Merry
June.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, thank you. Do we have anyone else? Okay, then we're gonna move on our agenda to item number 6, which is approval of our minutes of November 17th and November 18th. Does any member of the board have any corrections or changes? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion for approval on both sets.
I move to approve the Carson City Board of Supervisors meetings for November, you just said it, and
November
my brain is
17th,
too small to comprehend. November 17th, 2022, and November 18th, 2022 as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes of November 17th, 2022, and November 18th of 2022. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. Thank you. We're now on to one of our favorite parts of our agenda, which is our special presentations. So this morning, we're gonna start, and if we'll all come down. We have 2 today. I think that's why everyone's here, right? So today, it's just a super special time for us to celebrate the wonderful service. Come on down, Aubrey. She's got wonderful service. Did we get one over on you? Did we surprise you? Woohoo! Oh, sorry. I like that. And so, well, let's see. Mr. Dolly isn't here. Did you want to take it for him? Okay, because it's important. I think that recognition of service is something we don't do enough. We don't get to say thank you. So Aubrey, as our clerk recorder, January 2019 through December 2022, I can spit that out, in appreciation for your years of service, wishing you a future of success and happiness. And then I have a quote for you. Thank you for all that you did for us. Right? Did you want to say anything? It's your, no? I know. We're both too emotional. I admit that. I know. You gotta get, yeah, you gotta get closer because we need pictures. That's the other thing, right? Okay. I'll do this one. Kim, so this is for Dave Dolly, and we thought that he would love seeing a picture of his staff forever so that he knows. So on his plaque, it is a picture of his staff so that he can forever be reminded of how much he loved it here and the people that he served with. And so if you would please tell him how much we appreciate him. I know, right? And then his last meeting officially, right? I know. Oh, our Stan, who took the balance of my seat when I became mayor, and what a fine job you've done on behalf of Ward 3 and the entire city. And we knew that he wanted a picture too, to prove forever that. No, what a wonderful team he served with. I like that answer better. But again, so the quotes, remember the past with fondness, look to the future with eagerness, live each moment to the fullest. And so
Thank you.
that's my quote. Isn't that nice?
Yes.
So thank you, Stan.
Very nice.
I just think Carson City is so blessed to have all of the servants, right? We've got Kenny. I don't know. How long's Kenny been our sheriff? Right? 20? Look at this. What a wonderful community that comes out to celebrate its staff and the service that we give to the community because it's important. And so with that, we have, I think, cake. Is it let them eat cake? I think so. So what we're going to do is just take, oh, wait a minute. Come on up here. We got to do our picture of all of us. Come on, Sue. I see a family member. None of us serve without the help of our families. Is there any other family or anyone in the group? Okay. Hold on. Okay, so should we do the employee ones and then okay, so then we're going to do our employees that we also love to celebrate how long they've worked for us. Because again, it's not just the service of your elected officials, it's the service of all of our employees. And so we're super proud. So we're going to start off with your 1, 2, 3. You have to do this right. Switch places. You're going to read, Justin. So how about we start with Justin Reba, our alternative sex. Whoa! Check this out. Okay, you guys, guess how many years?
120.
See? 15 years. 15 years. We have a few words.
You want to give that to me? You just want me to? All right. Justin has worked 15 years for the Department of Alternative Sentencing. In that time, he's performed in many positions and capacities within the department, some of which include field training officer, covering courts, field training officer, which apparently he's done so good, he's done it twice. Range master. He's also helped update the department forms to include emergency contact forms. He's knowledgeable about resources for DAF staff and the employees of the courthouse and the clients. He is an instrumental piece of the day-to-day operations and a trusted team member, and can be counted on to be there when needed. Justin continues to represent DAS and Carson City in the best possible light and inspire those around him to make Carson City a better place to live. So thank you, Justin, very much.
getting away from it. We have this rule. Okay, next up, I want to celebrate, or have you all help me celebrate, John Burnham, our sports field coordinator. Thank you so much. And since you only have 5 in, how many more?
25.
She spoke it, right? It's just mandatory because I hear you're doing super great work. So we need that to continue, keeping our fields wonderful for our kids and adults, right?
Thank you.
Sports fields.
All right, John Burnham began his full-time career with Carson City as a park maintenance worker after working seasonally for the department for 2 years, so 7. So you only have 23 to go. All right. John was promoted to Parks Coordinator in March of 2020 and was responsible for operation of Lone Mountain Cemetery and overseeing of maintenance operations of neighborhood parks. John transferred over to Sports Field Coordinator in December of 2021, where he is now responsible for managing all maintenance operations for our sports complexes. John has a very well-rounded set of job skills that make him an asset for the department. John has always been a strong team leader and can often be found in all our park areas lending a hand, offering advice, or educating staff. His commitment to Carson City in his daily work ethic and performance shows in his daily work ethic and performance. When John is not helping make Carson City's parks more enjoyable, you can find him racing motocross in his spare time. You may even see him volunteering at his local animal shelter, walking dogs. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
All right, now it's time for Vanessa. So Vanessa is a youth advisor with us, and we're recognizing her for 5 years of service.
I asked to be the moderator on this one because Vanessa's mother, Max, and my youngest daughter are sister-in-law, so she's family. And I would come over here, Vanessa. I wanted her to be with me. Vanessa started at Carson City Juvenile Detention Center as a youth advisor December 2017. When I first met Van, as we call her, my first thought was she might have difficult time dealing with our juveniles who love to challenge staff, especially new staff. Van on a good day stands about 5 feet, maybe a donut over 100 pounds. After watching Van for a few days dealing with our juveniles and witnessing on video a shoe fly off of her foot as she jumped into action, during an altercation on 2 different occasions, I realized she possesses the command presence to equal to some of our veteran staff. Altercations don't happen often at Juvenile Center, but when they do, Van doesn't hesitate for a second to involve herself to ensure for the health, safety, and welfare of all juveniles and staff. Van shows the highest level of morals and ethics, and it is apparent when she is counseling juveniles, she is extremely passionate in her role. We at Carson City Juvenile Services are extremely lucky to have Vanessa working for us for the past 5 years and hopefully for 20 more.
Congratulations and thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have James Lashu, Deputy Sheriff. We only say 20 to you guys because you can retire with 25 years, but if you want to go ahead and go for 30, we'll take it. I'm shooting for
15.
15, that's just not good. Thank you so much for all you do protecting all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Lashu is a pillar deputy sheriff assigned to the Patrol Division's Traffic Management Unit. During his period of assignment, he has been instrumental in the growth and development of the team to create greater certifications of personnel assigned to better address the needs of traffic enforcement and safety within the community. Jim is likewise very engaged in the community. educational opportunities forwarded by the unit, including instruction at Western Nevada College Driver's Education for Youthful New Drivers. He presents the sheriff's office professionally at every endeavor he is assigned. Thank you.
Next, we have Andrew Menendez. Supervisor of 5 years. Has that gone by so fast that you can imagine? We really, really want to thank you. And do you want to?
All right, Andrew Menendez, our Recreation Program Supervisor. Andrew Menendez came to us after being the director of Camp Concord in Tahoe to supervise the Youth Recreation Program and Adaptive Recreation. During his time, Andrew has revamped the summer camp program into Camp Carson and the school year program into Capital Kids, adding new programs and activities. During the pandemic, Andrew modified the youth programs to continue being able to provide critical child care while meeting the ever-changing restrictions and school schedules. Andrew has been working on expanding the offerings of our adaptive recreation with the addition of the Goal Getters program. Andrew has also been working on strengthening our relationship with the City of Reno's adaptive recreation and the City of Sparks adaptive recreation programs. Andrew has been working on expanding his recreation knowledge through helping in other recreation programs, including the theater and outdoor recreation, and helping with the Recreation Division special events such as Bonanza and Homestead Holidays. Andrew has also earned his Certified Parks and Recreation Professional certification and is currently enrolled in the Nevada Recreation and Parks Society's LEAD program. Outside of work, do you have time outside of work? Andrew enjoys playing soccer and spending time with his daughter. Thank you.
So our next one, I think I need a little more help. So if the sheriff would come on up. Jerome, I still cannot believe this. I literally remember when you were hired and I'm like, it cannot be 5 years, right? Seems like yesterday, but what a wonderful job you have done and what you've brought to service to our community. And I'm going to let the sheriff, who always has something to say.
Hey, I did really good on this
You
one.
wrote that, yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of misspellings in there.
I threw it in for you. Oh, I can't read that. I don't have my glasses.
Here.
Yeah, thank you.
Under Sheriff Jerome Tushpan has been with the Sheriff's Office for the past 5 years, previously serving as Chief of the Capitol Police under Governor Sandoval. He was initially brought to the Sheriff's executive staff by Sheriff Furlong as the Assistant Sheriff of Operations, and for the past nearly 3 years, he served as Under Sheriff. The Under Sheriff was promoted to his position at the onset of one of the most challenging periods in Carson City's law enforcement history, as the year witnessed nationally social and health-related unrest that resulted in at least weekly demonstrations for the remainder of the year throughout the entire region. His leadership and hands-on command oversight during the period led the Sheriff's Office and our unified partners' operations successfully throughout the period without any significant local incidents. The Undersheriff continues to grow with his community by pursuing updated operations and management philosophies that keep the department on the cutting edge with police-community relationships. Among Jerome's most positive attributes is his ability to bring unity and cooperation among local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies serving in their area. And to his credit, he has served with great distinction. So thank you, Jerome.
Thank you, Stacy. Come on in, we have to have a picture with everyone, it's not real. And is there any family or other coworkers that would like to get in the picture to celebrate with us? It would be wonderful. Anywhere you just want. Come on in. I always come on, don't be shy. Come on, you guys. I recognize this crew.
The whole team.
Come on in. If you do it, you're gonna get a piece of cake.
So come on. Yeah, you're getting that anyway. It's probably true.
You bring the wide angle lens, Steve?
I did. But I don't think it's wide enough.
Scoot in.
Really?
We like you, Justin. I should have sent a message out that would have to be an ugly message. Yeah. So what we're gonna do now is we're just gonna take a quick recess, and you're all gonna get some cake because it's not coming back. So let's freeze. You're gonna have some cake. She came twice. I know, right? It's small. 10:30.
Thank you for that, you know, I appreciate it.
call the Board of Supervisors back to order. We're on our consent agenda. Does any member want anything pulled for further discussion? I took care of the one from the audience today. Okay, I'll take a motion then.
Move to
for-
approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 9A, 10A, 11A, 12A, 13, and 14A as presented.
I have a motion and a second for the approval of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We don't need to do item 15 as nothing was pulled. We're on agenda item number 16A, which is presentation and discussion on our financial highlights of the current year. Miss Russell Benaboo. I like that.
Thank you. So I have a quick presentation to go through, and then I'm open to questions, and stop me throughout if you have any questions as well.
We can open them, we can open both agenda items 16A and 16B.
Yes,
We will have to take formal action on 16B as required by law. Go ahead.
So I'm Sherry Russell, Benaboo, CFO for the record. I did. I want to first take a moment to thank the finance staff. The compilation of this report takes a few months. It would be almost double the cost of our audit if we didn't prepare it ourselves. So it is a benefit to the city that we have the experience to prepare it. And it is a bear putting together this 233-page report. A lot of numbers, but we do a good job. The finance team also keeps everything running with payroll and P cards and AP. At the same time, we have to put this together. So I can't thank them enough for all their hard work and overtime putting this together. I want to thank our auditors, Hinton Burdick. They really ask well thought out questions. I don't feel like I have to train our auditors, which sometimes happens. So they're very, very knowledgeable in the governmental field. And I also want to thank our departments, because I know the auditors bug the departments, and I bug the departments for numbers for the statistical section. And I've never heard anything negative. The comments I've always heard is that everyone in the city is so cooperative and pleasant. So it's just wonderful to work with a team that's so great. I also have some really good news. Last year, our bond rating was increased by both agencies. We went from an AA minus to an AA in Standard & Poor's, and we went from an A1 to an AA3 with Moody's. So it is awesome. As you all know, Bob Kroll really wanted this to happen. So I feel like he's smiling at us from above. It's just a real feather in our cap. You know, we end up getting better interest rates this way. It opens up the market a little wider because some people won't invest in things under a certain rating. So it's a real feather in our cap.
And shows the success of our financial plans.
Yes,
That-
and our policies.
That our policies, our finance department and the board policies, it really shows that we're premier.
Yes.
So, well done.
Thank you, thank you. This year, you'll also see changes to the financials if you hadn't noticed. We did an implementation of GASB 87, it's the leases standard. And that was a real bear. What it did is operating leases no longer exist. So all of the leases are now capital, meaning we have to record the debt and then payments, and we have to record the underlying right to use asset and depreciate it. So it was a real challenge. I want to thank Pam Ganger, the deputy, for going through all of those contracts that we have because short-term leases didn't count, like under 12 months, and just determining what was eligible for 87 and what wasn't, and doing all the calculations. So
Does that include a copy machine?
yes,
That's what I was going to ask you. Does it include equipment leases as well?
yes,
So
all leases.
It's a good reason not to
For the
lease
lease and the lease or, yeah,
Or write them
actually,
as one-year leases?
Yeah.
well, I knew this was coming down the pike. So about 5 years ago, we started a copier replacement program where we're buying them outright.
Mhm.
And is it also,
So-
what if you had an in-kind lease? Would it-
That, so if the personal partnership agreements or something is implementing in 2023.
So it will still have to be done if you
That
did
is
an
an-
in-kind with the state or the school district or
Yes, that's a
whatever the
new
case may
standard
be.
coming in 23, as well as SPITAs, which is the service or subscription-based, and this doesn't make sense to me. So it's a subscription-based contracts for computers. So basically like our 365, the
Office
Office
365 package that you
where
pay
we
an annual
just buy
fee.
a license
Right.
for 3 years or however long, we've got to do that as a lease too. So that actually I think is going to be a bigger project than this leases project. So that's next year though. Let's talk about 22. I don't want to think about that yet. So just to take you through the document really quickly, page 6, we did again receive the Certificate of Achievement for fiscal year 21. This is our 32nd consecutive year in a row. I'm very proud of this. The GFOA, our Government Financial Officers Association, is the one that gives this report out. And they have an entire team that all they do is review ACFRs to see if they are in compliance. It's like an 80-page checklist to make sure that we have all of the standards covered. And so we have received this for 32 years in a row. We did receive an unmodified opinion from Hinton and Burdick. That's on page 9. That is the highest level of assurance that they offer. Page 12 is our management's discussion and analysis. That is the more concise summary of this document. So it's very daunting at 233 pages, but if you're going to read anything, please read the management discussion and analysis starting on page 12. Page 22 is the government-wide statement of net position. That is everything rolled up into one pretty schedule, the government and business type activities. And then the notes are starting on page 40. On page 49, we have no budget violations, which is great. I've said that before, I always shoot for that. Sometimes I don't make it, but I always shoot for it. And the group medical insurance is the only one with a negative net position this year. Usually there's a few more. The only reason this is negative is because the OPEB and PERS liabilities. This fund, all it does is take money from the employees and pay the group medical insurance. That's all it does. But the employees under this fund have PERS and OPEB. So their liability counts towards that. Now, if you want, I can build up a cash balance so it's positive, but it's not really necessary.
Just a little bit more there for the public to understand when we throw out OPEB and PERS. So is this one that because of the length of service of employees, they have retirement benefits and things that would be accruing? And so accounting wise, not real cash flow, but accounting wise, you're forced to book an entry that if the magical world ended today, that's a liability that would exist. So really what you're explaining is while the position is net negative, we're not going to have to pay it. It will continue year after year and you use your current cash flows.
Yeah, I do disagree with the PERS and OPEB standards. The PERS, we will never have to pay.
Right.
It's 75% funded. However, GASB does require that we record the liability for the 25% that we owe.
Right.
Okay.
And that's why she's not recommending that we
Right. because
worry
we will
about
never
cash
have to pay
funding
it.
it.
OPEB is a huge calculation. It's a big, huge estimate of what we'll owe over the next 30 to 60 years for the other post-employment benefits for our employees. So again, it's not something we're going to write a check for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Or ever, yeah. We are building up a trust fund to take care of this liability, so
Okay, thank you.
it should just be adjusted annually. Oops, wrong button. All right, so to go through these a little bit, we are still growing all of our assets and liabilities. With the ARPA funds that we received, we've only spent about $1 million of that because we're kind of in the planning stages on all of these big projects. So that money is sitting as an asset as well as a liability because it's deferred revenue. So that's what's kind of increasing both of those. We also got the $8.1 million for the EOC and we haven't spent that yet because, again, we're in design phase. So that's also a cash and a liability. So you can see that that's kind of one of the big reasons that we're increasing. And then there's the PERS and OPEB. You probably saw big decreases from last year in the PERS and OPEB, and that's because the discount rate increased. So the discount rate basically brings everything back to present value. So as that rate increases, you're going to see your liability decrease because theoretically we're going to earn more interest over time. So our liability did decrease, but then all of our deferred inflows and outflows increased. So again, one of those fun GASB calculations. The government statement of activities, this is actually down a little bit from last year. And that's because of the South Carson Street corridor project primarily. We are in the planning stages for the William Street project, but last year we did do the bulk of the work in 21 on that Carson Street project. There's, like I said, a little bit of money in here for ARPA, but last year primarily CARES money we also spent. All right. So there's a big white bubble on this page saying investment losses of 2.2 million. That's for the governmental activities. Really our government-wide loss ratio, including business type activities, was 2.2%. So it's a large loss. Everybody had investment losses this year at June 30th because this is just the value as of June 30th marked back to present value. So I'm hoping that in time this will recover and we'll be able to adjust it back up next year. We do adjust this only once a year.
Was there a national trend for governmental entities on the percentage of investment loss? Are we within that market?
I did not look at trends, but our auditor's on the line, so he might be able to help with that question.
Yeah, it was common this year to have losses in all organizations that I looked at, so this is not unusual.
And
yeah,
if you looked at the Dow this morning, I was thinking on this around 2%, and this morning it was down 2%. I was like, this is not I need that arrow looking the other direction. Yeah.
Yeah, it will. I've heard it's supposed to fluctuate most of 2023, but then start to go back up. So, and then I also show this slide as it's the breakout of all of the city's revenue or the governmental activities revenue. So you can see property taxes and consolidated taxes. They're 72.6% of the total revenue, the red and blue areas, and then the other taxes is going to be our fuel taxes, basically. So, big portions of our revenues there are fairly stable for the most part right now. This is our expenses by function. As always, public service or public safety is number one at 37.7% of the total governmental activities. General government comes in second at 20.2%. This is like the city manager's office, the treasurer's office, assessors, DA, IT, finance, my department, HR, facilities, maintenance. So all of those are wrapped up into the general government. And then, as always, public works and recreation kind of competing for third there. This just shows the gap between our revenues and expenses, and we always want to see this gap. We always want to have more revenues than expenses to fund needed capital and our rainy day reserves to increase that fund balance at year end, as we have been doing with a 0.5% tick each year. This is a slide everybody waits for. It's the ending fund balance of the general fund. Kind of let us know how much money we're looking at that we saved from last year. So you can see the total fund balance went down from 26.4% to 20.4%. So a little less. Sales taxes are not as wonderful as they were last year. We're about flat, maybe a little above where we budgeted this year. So C taxes is always the most volatile number. So when I take into account all the restricted money that we're gonna have to roll forward, there's some telephone and power augmentations we're going to have to make, as well as fuel. Prices are just increasing, inflation's just going up. There's also some landfill. Landfill made a lot more than they expected and we budgeted last year, so there's about $1 million that's gonna go to capital for landfill per the agreement. There's about $4 million remaining that we have to play with. But just for the public's knowledge, I know you guys are very well aware, but for the public's knowledge, we do still have about $17 million in deferred capital maintenance that we're trying to tick down. It seems like we do fund a lot of capital, but unfortunately this deferred maintenance has been out there for years and it gets more expensive when we don't do it. And then with inflation, the prices go up to do it. So it's slow going, digging out of that little hole we made ourselves. I would like to add some more to contingency to be safe for 2014. There's 3 bargaining units that are coming up due for bargaining, so if at all-
2024.
2024, what'd I
Said
say,
14?
14? Oh my God.
I'm like, we're not going backwards.
Oh, I'm a little far behind, sorry. Yeah, for 2024. And so there's just a lot of expenses that the city has that we need to kind of keep our eye on, and so there's not a lot of room for throwing some more to roads or whatever, you know, we want to do. I would love to, but there's just a lot of expenses out there we know about that we should kind of try to focus on. I have 2 more slides on the business type activities. These are utility funds, ambulance, building permits, and cemetery. You can see here the assets did increase a little bit and liabilities, everything increased a little bit. And this is because we did do a bond issue on this, $7 million for the Quill treatment plant as well. That's also an asset and a liability because we're planning on that. That's really the bulk of it. And then we had some capital increases there too. And this slide kind of, our operation has not changed at all. Revenues and expenses are extremely similar to last year. Yeah, it's kind of magical how close it is. So, so yeah, we're doing very good. The decrease there in the change in net position is 1.2 in investment losses. The total business type was 3.4. The total primary government business type and governmental type was 3.4 million in losses. But again, that's a 2.2% loss ratio, so.
And hopefully next June 30th, it gains itself back.
Yes, I'm hoping that it'll recover a little bit so that we'll be able to have the opposite adjustment. I'm going to turn this over to Chad Atkinson. He is our auditor to go through some of the required communications.
Sounds great. Thank you, Sherry. I do have a little slideshow that I was hoping to share, but I'm not able to do that through WebEx, it looks like.
I gotcha.
Maybe you got me? Okay.
Yep.
All right, Sherry's gonna run my PowerPoint. I'm Chad Atkinson. I'm with Hinton Burdick CPAs and Advisors. Happy to give a little bit more input on the audit for this year. Although Sherry has covered many of my points, I'll try not to repeat too much of the information. So let's go to my first slide, the introduction. Just wanted to say thank you to the city and the city staff for all of their assistance. One of the friendliest places that I've worked in my career. It's great to work with Sherry and Pam, and then also all the departments that assisted us. So we appreciate, audits are not the funnest thing to go through, so we appreciate working with us and getting us information. We started our audit approach. We start as early as we can, given that the city is a massive organization with a lot of closing entries that have to be done, things like that. I felt like our audit approach went well. Things stayed on schedule this year. We want to thank also the component auditors, Casey Nealon, I think is how you say it. They stayed on schedule as well, so we appreciate all the efforts that went into that. We had a little bit of changeover on our audit team. I had a partner of mine that worked on the engagement last year that retired. So we had to facilitate some changes. We ended up being partially remote and partially on site, which I think seemed to be a good mix. So we appreciate Sherry working with us on that, and the audit went well. So on-time delivery again, according to the NRS statutes. And also, as I go through today, if you have any commentary or questions, please fire them off. Especially, Sherry's giving you a lot of her insight because she's in the details of everything. We appreciate her commentary too. So let's go to the first slide here. The independent auditor's report, as stated, was an unmodified or clean opinion. So the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. That's on pages 9 and 11. We also issue a report on internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance. That's on page 217. Happy to report that there were no findings that we came across that needed to be brought to the attention of the board today. So clean audit. So that's as expected. You have a great financial team that does a good job. So next slide. We also do audit work on the federal awards that are received and expended by the city. That report is found on page 219. We're happy to report there were no findings there. There were 4 major programs tested, and those you can find on page 230 in the summary of auditors' results. Due to the federal government has flagged a few of these programs as being higher risk, and so we were, I think we could have probably tested less programs, but because they were higher risk, we ended up testing 4 major programs, and they're listed there on page 230. The city continues to have a low-risk auditee status, meaning that there haven't been findings that are hanging around pertaining to federal awards and the organization as a whole. And so low-risk auditee status continues for the city.
Can I chime in for a second? I just want to point out how great this is for us. Instead of auditing 50% of our programs, they can audit, 25% because we are a low-risk auditee.
Keeps
So
our
it
prices
really
down.
saves some money, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Chad.
Good job.
Yeah, we would love to get those major programs down to maybe just a few, but because of the high risk scenario that I said earlier, we ended up testing 4 this year. All right, note 2, Sherry, I think you already covered this. There were
Sorry.
no expenditures over appropriations in the fiscal period, and we covered the deficit fund equity, so we'll skip that slide. Okay, and then communications to those charged with governance. I believe I circulated our letter, official letter, should have been in your inbox or your packet. Sherry already mentioned that GASB statement number 87 was implemented during the year, made changes to your statements. I've got listed here for accounting estimates. There are some estimates that are in the financial statements that I've got, I think, all of them listed here. On the rest of these matters, not much else going on. Pretty standard communications from previous years to this year. Any questions on any of these items or on the letter that was circulated?
No questions, Chad.
Okay. And I think the last slide is just contact information. Yeah, contact information. Happy to answer questions that you may have, either by email or by phone call, or any other questions that you may have right now for this presentation.
Does anybody have any questions on the audit? Or comment? Supervisor Giomi?
Congrats to you and your staff again. Continue to be amazed at the work you guys do, and thank you on behalf of our community. I know we post our audit on the website.
We do after you guys approve it.
Yeah, I know it's not there now, but
No.
it will be.
Yes.
I have an ask as I went through the community this past year on things like this that are not more than a couple pages, right? And it's often confusing to people that when you do post it, perhaps a page or so from you or from Nancy, just sort of summarizing what it means in layman's terms that people can understand. Because I think the implications that we talk about here, where we say that the bond rating helps save money, where we talk about the fact that we're a low-risk auditee and what that means to the community. And so I think if we can take some of those more technical things that you in the numbers world love and put it in a way that those of us who are not in the numbers world can sort of appreciate, I think it will go a long ways towards helping our community understand the implications to them. So if you could just take a
Okay.
little time to do that, I think it'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
right.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. I want to thank Sherry for so quickly answering a number of my questions. There
You're
were a few.
welcome. You're welcome. I actually appreciate all of you because you really do read this huge document and look at it. And that's just not the case in a lot of entities. So thank you.
Well, and while I'm not necessarily a numbers person like you are, I am kind of a policy wonk sort of thing. And I enjoy reading this, to be honest with you, as odd as that may be. And kind of go along with what Stacy said, I would really encourage the community to read the commentary that's in these reports, because it is very enlightening. I mean, if you can't bring yourself to read this fairly lengthy document, you could at least look at the PowerPoint presentation that's been presented here today. I mean, that tells people, what I see in that PowerPoint presentation is the questions I get asked a lot. And so just take the time to inform yourselves as members of the community, and keep in mind that, regardless of what a lot of people think about wasting money and not being frugal, we pay attention to this stuff.
Yes,
And
we
thank
do.
you. Thank you.
And MD&A on page 6, and I think it goes through page 9, I'm sorry, page 9, and I think it goes through 12. It's not that big, but it really is like a more condensed version of the report. So that's why I say that's what you want to read if you really don't like numbers.
Yeah, just skip all the spreadsheet stuff and read the commentary. You'll get the answers you're looking for.
Yeah.
Supervisor Jones?
Congratulations, Sherry. I
Thank you.
really appreciate your little thumbnail sketch at the end of the month, giving us a sort of summation.
Yeah.
It's all right there, and I kind of applaud you for your predictions. They're pretty close online, so I appreciate it, and I would like to be kept online. I'd like you to continue to send me that thumbnail sketch after I leave.
Oh, okay.
I really do
All right.
appreciate it.
Sure.
Supervisor Schutte?
Well, since everyone else was speaking. Thank you. And thank you. You really are always so delightful when I call with my questions, and appreciate the insight, and really to build off of what all the supervisors said. And I love that idea of posting just kind of the highlights, because I think sometimes when people see 13 million, 15 million, it's like, well, there's all this money, why can't we do A, B, and C? And so looking at, page 3 on talking about CIP, the city maintains a 5-year capital improvement program which serves as its planning document to ensure that its facilities, equipment, and infrastructure are well maintained and operating in peak condition. And this is money well spent. It's less expensive to do it right than to do it over. So
As
kudos.
we can see
and
with our
thank
deferred
you.
maintenance problem. Yeah, absolutely.
So I have a question for our auditor. This is a huge document, and one of the sections that I really enjoy utilizing throughout the year to speak with the public, because I think it's very relatable to them. They're able to read through the statistical sections of the audit, and I recognize as the auditor, you don't audit those sections because mostly they come from third parties and information and you're not auditing it. But if we find an error in a statistical schedule, can we correct that without a reissuance of the audit because it doesn't have anything to do with the financial records?
Yes, yes, that's allowed. If you find some things that need to be updated, I would encourage you to make those corrections as you finalize and submit to the state, so.
Okay.
And I'll send those to you, Chad, when we fix them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I think that,
we do not provide an opinion on the statistical section. It's not included as part of our opinions. So we do try to review it and assure that it's complete and all of the years are in there and everything like that. But yeah, if you find those corrections, let's make them.
that's
without
wonderful.
reissuing.
I just want for the public to know that we take the entire document seriously. And as everyone has stated here, I enjoy it if someone actually uses it and asks us a question. But I do use the statistical information in my coffee and conversations at the chamber, in my Rotary discussions, everywhere I go in the community, because I think what the statistical information shows, and so I really want to highlight one for the public, and it really deals with our water usage. We are often confronted with our community being overly concerned that the amount of building that we're doing is diminishing our water capacity, right? And so this is a huge discussion that always comes before us, and I really want people to be able to rely upon and to utilize our statistical information that really shows you that our water usage year over year, even though we're adding water customers, is very consistent, right? And so you look over that, so that shows me either a lot of conservation is coming in as people's older houses, they're changing out to low flow toilets, they don't use as much water when they flush, but it's reflected in the statistical information. And I think often that the public also doesn't realize we're looking at all of this data when we make our decisions and when we're looking at growth management and those issues. And so it's important to me that the public has a resource that they can go to and understand why, right? And so when you look at that report, I think it would really surprise most of our public to realize that we're not increasing the water usage year over year. And so I just want to bring up the importance of the statistical information and thank you. It's tons and tons and tons of numbers that go into this. And so occasionally we might have a transposition or look down at a number wrong and picked it up. So thank you for that. We'll make the couple little fixes and move on, but thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have any public comment on the audit? Okay, I see Supervisor Way. Would you like to make the motion?
I would. I move to accept the annual comprehensive financial report as submitted.
I have a motion. I have a motion for approval. All those in favor? Oh, wait, do I have a hand up for the city manager? Oh, when I'm done, okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Again, please stress to your staff what a wonderful job. That's a lot of paper and a lot of numbers
I
and words.
will. I
and-
think they're all watching it right now. So I appreciate all the thanks because they're all probably, cheering in the office right now.
There
You guys have a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you and have a great trip.
Thank you.
She might make her airplane today. We didn't keep her. City Manager Paulson, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to chime in with all the thanks to Sherry and all the finance department. You know, I know firsthand how much time and work it takes to get this huge document done in just a very short amount of time. We were just in a class last week, I think, and they were talking about, remember when we were just at GASB 34, which wasn't that long ago, and now we're at GASB 100 and something. And these are not easy pronouncements to implement. They're very difficult. And the fact that we have the staff that can do that is really amazing. So I see them working all those long hours too.
Thank you. Okay, thanks again. All right, we're going to move on to Agenda 17A, which is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed exclusive negotiating rights agreement for Phase 2 between Carson City and Palace Seek LLP to expire on or before December 31st, 2023 for the potential development of affordable housing project. That is our Phase 2 component. This is Mr. Stuckey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. So yeah, as you mentioned, Mayor, this is for the Phase 2 development. It allows the Palace-Seek team to have site control over that Phase 2 site while they work out their funding and their pursuits on getting the Phase 2 development underway. They are they have progressed that, and we've had multiple discussions. It's just the final pieces coming together. So even though we extended it for a year, I expect we'll be back here within the next 3 months or so, hopefully with the development agreement. I did want to provide an update. If you haven't driven by the Bud-Iway Airport site, they did a lot of work, grading utility work on the Phase 1 development before the snow fell, obviously recently, which kind of slowed things down a little bit, but they got a lot of work done. So that project is moving forward, and that's going to be the 80 units with Phase 1. So did want to provide that update. Thanks.
And Mr. Stuckey, will you provide us again? I know sometime back that you sent us the contact information for the public that might be interested in getting reservations in. Would you send that out, back out to me?
Absolutely. Yep. I definitely will.
I've searched and searched and searched.
So they've hired
And I
they've got a
failed.
project management company now that's working that side and collecting those reservations, but absolutely I'll send
Thank
that
you.
out. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
good.
I
I'm
will.
glad it wasn't just me. I thought, I know it's here somewhere, but I can't put my foot on it. Does any member have any questions on this phase? Supervisor White?
Thank you. I just want to, I've had a lot of questions on this project myself, and in particular, the nature of my continued no vote. I want to make it clear that I have no problem with this project itself. My issue is the gifting of this property to a private government, and that's the nature of, I will continue to vote no on these issues when they come forward. But again, I think it's a great project. I think looks like they're doing a pretty good job. So that's where I'm at on this.
Thank you. Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Mr. French?
It off instead of on, I'm sorry. One pushed it. Mayor and supervisors, thank you very much. Denny French, Carson City. One of the things that I have about the project sort of mirrors Supervisor White's. I was not for that gifting, but for other reasons. I think the importance of housing for people is very important, and low income is very appreciated in the community. The fact that it's going to only be a certain amount of time and then it goes to private, that's going to outlive me. So it will not be my problem in the future. But it's not my problem now to deal with the future, but it is a consideration. And so with that, I wanted to ask, because there was so much to read, did they find a way to keep their status for that low income because there was a bit of a fluctuation time where in the paperwork I read, it seemed like they lost it for a bit and they were looking for how to get back on that funding route for the low-income qualifications. Okay, now that could be just that I overread things, but the main thing is that the location. I was also concerned about the location. Everything's been needed to expand. The courthouse may have to expand. All different things might have to expand. Public Works has only a finite amount of land out there that's not engaging in the water, in the aquatics and such like that. And I thought perhaps that land should have been preserved just for nature for a while. And then if in fact Public Works, the busing situation, the parks, recreation, and all would need to expand, that would have been a perfect opportunity for them. So my thought was not to let the property go. Okay, so that's where I am. But as far as the funding for nonprofit type situation is, I think, what I was looking for. And then earlier, I couldn't come up with the word, and I'll bring it up to comment later. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones?
This isn't gonna, is this gonna delay the construction, the actual construction of phase 2? Is there gonna be a delay because of this? Or are we still on schedule?
The hope of the team was phase 1, which is underway, phase 2 would start before phase 1 is different, so it seemed like a continuous construction period. I believe that plan is still in effect. It's just putting those final pieces together on phase 2, but I still think it'll progress and it'll seem like one construction period as originally planned.
Okay. Anybody else on this one? Supervisor Giomi, would you like to make the motion?
I would. I move to approve the agreement as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
Let the record reflect that it was 4 yeses and a no by Supervisor White. Thank you. We're now on to agenda item 18A, which is just a discussion item, a presentation regarding the status of the completed and pending projects for the Carson City Clerk Recorder's Office and the transition plan for the newly elected Clerk Recorder. Technology at its best.
Hopefully that's the hardest part of this presentation. All right, Aubrey Roulette, Carson City Clerk Recorder. I wanted to take the opportunity today to introduce the new Carson City Clerk-elect, Scott Hoyt. He was elected at the, November 8th, 2022 general election. Seems like that was so long ago now. I just wanted to, the office hasn't really transitioned outside of somebody coming up through the department in a while. So I wanted to just kind of briefly go through what we have already started and what is kind of coming down the road that Scott will be facing to go along with the 5-year strategic plan that I presented to you guys, I think it was a year ago now, a year and a half ago. So I will try to be very brief. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know, stop me. But first of all, welcome, Scott. It's going to be a very busy 4 years for you. We're going to be working together through the next couple weeks to make it as fluid as possible so that he can hit the ground running. As you know, for the Clerk Recorder Department, I have several departments. I'll just go through each one briefly, and again, if you have any questions, just let me know. The Recorder's Office, we implemented the transition of new software, recording software, Landmark Pioneer. That happened in 2019. It's still ongoing. We are constantly checking the quality of documents, recorded documents, making sure everything came over in the data conversion. We purchased a map printer and scanner that allows now for instant map recording and map image availability to the public. So that's been a really huge asset to the department. We did implement a recording notification service for the community. It's a free service, it's a subscription. That's been going fairly well. We have approximately 260 individuals that have signed up for that. So again, if there's any questions within the community, please contact our office. We're still working through some of the bugs on that, but it seems to be working very well. We're currently, just got noticed yesterday, moving forward with the digitization project of documents that recorded from 1862 to 1960. It's actually 1962, not 1969. They've all been digitized. Right now, what we're doing is we're importing those documents into our recording software. And then staff is going to go through each of those documents, make sure that they're indexed correctly, that the images came over. As you know, through the years, document numbers have been duplicated, so we have to make sure that documents don't duplicate up with other documents. It's going to be a very time-intensive project, but I'm excited that the vendor is back on track. It kind of stalled out due to COVID, so we are back on track, hopefully going to move forward fairly quickly with that one. It's going to be a really good service for the community. They'll be able to access those images online versus having to come into our office.
Is that pretty much everything? Like going back to City of Carson and Ormsby County
Yes.
Commission meetings and all of those?
Well, the commission meetings are different. These are just going to be, currently, we're just doing the deeds.
Okay, so these are
deeds of
recorded
trust.
documents?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have, I believe, digitized images of the old commission meetings. I don't know that they're available to the public in that format.
Okay.
That's the next phase.
Cool.
It's going through all of those.
Thank you.
The other large project that has kind of come to thought is we'd like to purchase some fireproof shelving. We have this technology fund that we've been saving to see what we could do for that. We have a lot of old original books, old original documents housed in our department. We have fire sprinklers in that department, so I want to make sure that those get protected. It's going to be an expensive investment, but we've been trying to find vendors who can come out and look at what we have and see what they can do to help us with that. I think it's important to preserve those documents. Even though everything is going to be digitized, it's still really neat to come in and see the old documents and be able to handle them. And then just, get some administrative things to help out the recorder, a large capacity scanner. And again, the staff is just going to have to go through and verify that the quality of the images that are being imported and converted are good for the public and what they need. In the Public Records, Public Meetings Department of the Clerk's Office, we have worked with the District Attorney's Office to streamline the process for receiving public records requests for the city. When I took over this office, we also took over handling all the public records requests for Carson City, excepting the Sheriff's Office and I believe the courts and fire. So it was a large project to kind of wrap our heads around, but Rachel Evanson had a great flow going, and we just kind of embellished that. And we have created a portal that the public can go to on our website. They can fill out a form. It goes directly to a direct email, so it's not getting shifted to many different people. And it's just really streamlined the process. So that's been a great asset for the city, I believe. We also are continuing to digitize court records and city documents within that department. The Notary and Marriages Department of the Clerk's Office, they're just moving along as is. We've implemented the Landmark Pioneer recording software, so that also works for the marriage certificates that we do record. And we're continuing to go through all the historical marriage records and make sure that the PII on those from the older documents is redacted. That's just another ongoing, very long, time-consuming process. Elections. This is the big one of the year. Very proud that we were able to, with the board's help, increase our full-time staff to 3 in 2019, and that helped tremendously. Thank you. We have worked with the Secretary of State, Department of Motor Vehicles to implement automatic voter registration. That is still an ongoing process, and there is legislation currently out there also trying to expand automatic voter registration to other agencies deemed voter registration agencies by the governor. So that'll be back in session in 2023. And there's going to need to be some fine tuning on that. Scott will be working on that legislation We just really want to make sure that the quality of what we receive from these agencies is sufficient to register these individuals. I know for sure social services, welfare, agencies of that nature. So, it's going to be a big lift for those agencies. It truly is. So I think the legislation this session will work through that pretty closely with them and what's required. We have implemented same-day registration processes and procedures. We were able to do that in 2020, but then fully implemented in the 2022 election cycle. Our office created and chaired bi-monthly meetings with the Nevada Association of County Clerks and Election Officials. This was a fabulous group of individuals who met, and we just discussed how the election legislation reform was going to affect our offices. We were able to try to get continuity throughout the state with how to implement these new procedures and processes. It was a very good group of people to work with. And then we also did redistricting. So it was a really fun, full 4-year term. The continuing projects would be the statewide voter registration system. The legislature has mandated that by 2024, Nevada should go to a top-down registration system. Miguel and my office and myself are in a committee to try to get that system to mirror what the rurals need, not just what the larger counties need. So we are the voice for the rurals on that one, and it's Miguel's been very good about keeping our voice heard on that. So that's a project that's going to continue. I don't know how that's going to look in 2024. It may be implemented in the presidential preference primary in February, so that'll be fun. But it does have to be implemented currently by 2024. We do have electronic poll books, which we purchased in 2017. Those poll books really will need to be updated. Same-day registration has made it difficult for the technology that we purchased then. It needs to be updated to conform with what the requirements are. They're going to work. I just would ask that you support Scott when he looks to you for some help on that, because those poll books, they're just technology and they need to be updated to keep up with the times. We're able to get them through. I feel confident that they will work, but it's just something that's coming down the path. And then ongoing is always voter list maintenance, which we continue to do. We are in the process of removing the inactive voters now who have not voted in 2 federal elections. We're in the process of getting them removed from the rolls. We've sent out the mailing after the election to those that we received information on undeliverable addresses. So we have sent that initial mailing out. We can now act on that within 33 days, 35 days. So that is an ongoing process. Again, there's a freeze 90 days before an election. So because we're going to have a primary election in February, there's going to have to be some quick acting before then. And then it's just going to go into that 90-day freeze and you're going to be stuck. Public administrator, I know you guys don't like to hear about this. I've assisted families, mortuaries, and the city with approximately 150 public administrator matters over the 4 years. It's a lot. With that, not every one of those turns into a full-on estate. So if they do, then I get an attorney and the attorney will assist me through that process. The cremation authorizations, you're assisting the family with obtaining indigent assistance, or I will apply for indigent assistance. You're locating and notifying next of kin, and then again, going into the properties of these deceased individuals, identifying potential assets, looking for estate administration documents. It's a lot. Which brings me to my recommendations, and you knew I wasn't going to leave without saying this, but I really do recommend separating out that public administrator's office. You get to election time and that office basically comes to a standstill. It's just me. Elections is turning into more of a full-time, you're in the weeds. You can't delegate that job. You're responsible for it. You have to be there. So With the other departments, you have chiefs that are able to maintain those departments. But the public administrator, as it's currently structured, is not set up that way. There's no staff to go to lean on during that time, and elections is a year. It's a year and a half, actually. So I would just recommend that you think about that and work with the new clerk recorder. And then additionally, for the recorder's office, I know that there's discussions about redesigning the courthouse and allowing for more square footage there. So although the recorder's office is going strong and it's serving its service to the public, it needs a bigger public researching area. It needs to have room for the public to come in, look at the documents so that they're not coming into our secured offices. Right now, it's kind of split. They have a public area, but they also can come back into our office. So we noticed that was an issue during the COVID. We had to shut that down, and that's where the documents are located for people to come in and look at. So we had to figure out a way to make that happen. And of course, for elections as well, you're gonna need areas for poll observers. Poll observers wanna see what you're doing. The way that it's currently set up, I don't have a place for them to see that to their satisfaction. Short of letting them into the secured election room area, and we can't do that. So when you're doing those design, just please keep in mind that the elections and recorders really do need more space to make their things happen. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you. It truly was an honor to serve as your clerk recorder. I have met some of the most passionate people who have taught me everything from balancing a department budget to presenting in public. And if you ask my parents or friends, those tasks are something I have never been excited to do. But with your patience and your understanding, I do appreciate, I've learned a lot. The greatest accomplishment is definitely the staff in my department. They have missed vacations, they've given up their management leave, they call me on the weekends to cheer me up and get me ready for Monday. That staff is dedicated to Carson City. So I just really want to thank them, and then again, thank all of you for your patience, and Carson City staff as a whole who have worked with our departments. I am a bit stubborn and also not numbers oriented, so I really appreciate the help on that. And I welcome Scott, and I think he's gonna have a very busy term, but he's ready to go, and I'm sure he's more than capable to handle it.
Well, and just to add a couple of things, Scott Hohen, clerk recorder-elect. Aubrey's been great, absolutely great. She's copying me on emails, she's setting up meetings with the people that I need to get to know, and she's been absolutely phenomenal in terms of making the transition work. So just want to say thanks for that.
So you're starting work early?
Mm-hmm.
Good job, good job. We like that. Showing dedication to the community already.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to?
No, it just, what she says, it is a big plate and a big shoes to fill. You know, I'm coming from outside to work within an office that they've had systems and procedures set forth. I'm a quick learner, quick study, taking lots of notes, meeting a lot of people, but she's done an excellent job. And the state's losing a huge amount of knowledge, you know, with 10 out of 17, I think, clerk recorders retiring for the state. The state's going to have some issues and legislative issues that are coming up. I mean, things pop up, things are already being posted from the BDR point of view to look at. So there'll be a lot of tap dancing, but I'll get through it with her staff. Her staff is phenomenal. That's what I hear.
Great. Supervisor Schutte.
Aubrey, I just wanted to thank you for all you have done for Carson. And you know, you are always so gracious and generous when speaking to us, the board, you know, with your time, tours and explanations, and being open to questions. You know, I know when I've called with questions, you've always really have just been so thorough in answers and the whys behind why things are done. And you are always so appreciative of your staff and really lifting them up and empowering them to be the best that they can be. And And that is just such a reflection of your character. You will be missed, and it's just been wonderful to get to know you, and so you enjoy. And Scott, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Schutte.
Don't see any other comments. Thank you so very much. This is just a presentation, but is there any public comment, just in case? Thank you. Thank you again so very much for all you've done for us. We'll miss you, Aubrey.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you, Supervisor Mayor. I just want to add to my day as to appreciate not only Miss, well, everybody calls her Andre, and I don't know her personally, but other than the fact that I really have to struggle because she has such a kind and gentle and very low voice, sometimes I struggle to hear her, which gets my attention even more sometimes, so thank you. But and then, and Scott, and I had written down his name, but I only have your first name right, I'm sure. So thank you for stepping up, and I'm sure that everybody's going to welcome you with open arms. If they're under Aubrey, they're good people. And so I just want to remind myself and everybody in Carson how many people are involved in running this city, and how I have to make sure I appreciate such. And my comments later will not be not taking into account the support and such that people have given me through conversations and relating to how I present, to considerations on making sure that I'm relevant and prepared. I do appreciate that, but congratulations on your moving on, and congratulations on your stepping in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're now gonna move on to agenda item. Is everybody okay? Nobody needs a recess? Okay. If Ms. Paulson, if you can let the health group know we're progressing towards the next section, please. We're now on agenda item 19A, discussion and possible action regarding the implementation of special events. Ms. Sullivan.
Sorry, let me just pull up this PowerPoint. Trying to get all my props here. Okay. First, if I may, I just want to acknowledge Aubrey really quick. Our departments work really closely in terms of record retention and recording. And from day one, she's been cooperative. I don't know if you all know how closely staff works with her, but that is a huge task. And we've been through a lot, and it's all been productive. With that, I'll move on to special events, but I just could not say something. Special events. Special events are really important in Carson City. They really create community. And I think that's why we spend so much time talking about them, and staff spends a lot of time working on them. The city doesn't have the town square, right? In a lot of traditional communities, you have the town square where you have your events. And the city's made a lot of investments over the years, relatively recent years, including the creation of McFadden Plaza to sort of create the town square, the improvements on Carson Street on Curry, the 3rd Street parking lot, where not only did they do the infrastructure improvements, but they put the electrical in to accommodate special events. So the city clearly is interested in a partnership on special events. Why am I in front of you? Because Title IV is the section that addresses special events. This code section, oops, let me get going here to my next slide. Let me go to a slideshow. Whoops. Okay, we're going to leave it this way. There we go. I'll just keep going.
Second button.
Excellent. Thank you for that technical help. Really appreciate it.
That's
Okay,
as far
so-
as we go. Yeah.
I appreciate that. You're as good as Aubrey. Okay.
So Municipal Code 404077 addresses how we handle special events from sort of a permitting perspective. Tells us what has to be in the application packet. You have to apply 30 days before the event. Business license, which is part of community development, has the authority to approve, conditionally approve, or deny the event. Talks about conditioning an event, not reasons to deny an event. Also, the next thing's really important. It talks about the requirements for applicants to reimburse the city for any and all costs or expenses determined to be unusual or extraordinary and related to the special event. We talked about this at the board retreat on February 25th. And at that retreat, we talked about rules, policies, and procedures that would govern special events. It was really the start, I think, of a conversation. At the meeting in February, we also didn't have a good sample. We had just had COVID for 2 years. All the events were getting canceled. And so in 2022, we really focused in on what was going on and in special events. And we just, as a staff, and I'm the one here in front of you right now, but all of my colleagues who are heavily involved in special events are in the audience ready to participate. We looked at critically, how are special events going? Are we doing what the board wants us to do? Do we need direction from the board? Is this the most efficient way? What are the issues coming up? In general, in 2022, we had 61 special event permits that were issued. 24 of those involved street closures. Of those 5 events, and I started my talk with the importance of, the community in creating these events, we had 5 events that had in excess of 1,000 people. Silver and Snowflakes, Nevada Day Parade, the Great Western Steam Up, which was huge. That was the first year they did it. Yeah. Brewery Arts Festival, Levitt's concerts, and the Brew Fest and Taste of Downtown. All right, so that's sort of background. What are we doing today? Today, I think what we are hoping for with the board is to look at what I'm calling a beta policy. So sort of a test policy for 2023. We've made some observations and we have some recommendations that we're going to talk about. There's 8 of them at this part of the meeting today. And we want to get direction so that we understand what your expectations are. We can almost think of it as a memorandum of understanding. And then in 12 months, after another 12 months of implementation, we want to revisit these policies to see if we got it right and then kind of finalize some things. So the first isn't, I don't think, controversial, but something that came up in just general discussions, I think the mayor brought it to me, is we get this vendor list with special event. I, for one, never knew what I was supposed to do with this vendor list. It was interesting. We had the vendor list. We charged them like $2.40 per vendor. And the mayor said, well, they're supposed to pay the Nevada sales tax. So we did some legwork on that. And sure enough, Nevada, and I have the forms here, the state of Nevada has certain forms that people are supposed to submit to the Nevada Department of Taxation. The form's called the Nevada Department of Taxation Promoter Application and Exhibit List to the Department of Taxation. These event organizers should be collecting sales tax from their vendors and providing the documentation to the state of Nevada. So what we're recommending, because honestly, I didn't know this, my staff didn't know this, is that we just have an affirmative statement on the application advising the event organizer they need to do this because they may not know it. It doesn't create a brand new rule, it's just a way of communicating. The next one is a big one. Street closures. When do we close the street? When do we let people use the 3rd Street parking lot? So right now, we don't have a policy in place. So Public Works feels as though they can't get to know. We also, and I'm sure you all have received the visits, the emails, the phone calls, have situations where both residents and businesses get really, really frustrated because the road suddenly closed in front of their business. And they're like, wait, enough. Stop closing the road in front of this business. I also want to mention something else that exists in Title IV right now, and that's a requirement when you have a special event and you're going to close the road, you have to provide verification of notice to all residents and tenants affected by that street closure. Sounds like a good idea, right? Let's let everyone know we're going to close the street. In practice, we have some flaws in it, and I want to be honest with you about that. You have a multi-tenant building. We don't know it's a multi-tenant building. We know there's something at 103 Oak Street, right? And somebody at 103 Oak Street signed that they acknowledged that the road was going to close. 1, That may have been one of 5 tenants in that building. Secondly, they maybe weren't the person authorized to sign. I've had business owners come in livid that a street is closed and saying, I never knew this was being closed. They just closed it for 2 days. And we go and check the paperwork and we say, well, look at this person signed. He said, she's the bartender. She's not allowed to sign. I'm the business owner. So I just want you to know that it's good that we do ask that people who are closing streets go and notify people the businesses and residents that will be affected, but we do have a flaw, and I want to be honest with you about that. We also have to be careful because sometimes what happens is people will go to get that signature, which is really just an acknowledgement you've been notified, and neighbors will start thinking they have the authority to make the decision. And it creates some conflict. So that's something else to think about. So in looking at street closures and looking at how to address street closures and when do we get to yes and when do we get to no, we looked at what streets have in 2022 and in 2019 were being closed most frequently. Where has the city made the investment in that electrical system to create those town squares, so to speak? And where is it in a redevelopment area? So the redevelopment fund can help pay the cost of the labor to close these streets. With all of that, we decided, we didn't really know, this went back and forth a lot on how to address this. And we landed on a menu. Like, let's come up with a menu. So there's like 5 things on the menu. And if you pick a street closure that's on the menu and you meet the criteria, which is essentially a threshold for attendance, the public works director is authorized to close the street. If you want to order off the menu, the public works director does not have the authority to close that street. Why? Why is because we're saying not that the street can't be closed. We're saying if you're ordering off the menu to close the street, then go to the board. The board can decide if we can close that street. It's going to give us, again, this is our beta for 2023. It's going to give us our chance to hear your thinking and give you a chance to articulate, here's why this is a good thing. And here's the inputs I'm considering and getting to yes. And it helps us better identify the criteria that the board expects us to use. So at the end of 2023, when we try to finalize policies on street closures, we can draw on whatever that experience was that the board had and the articulation that the board provided. Additionally, it takes staff time. And at the retreat, you all talked about, you should schedule, some of you talked about, you should schedule your staff accordingly. You have time, they're letting you know. And you remember at the beginning, I said you have to let us know 30 days before the event that you want to close the street. Well, we have some that don't let us know 30 days in advance, but we want to work with them. So what we're suggesting is that if they want to close a street and they haven't notified us at least 30 days in advance, that they have to pay I'm going to call it the loaded cost for the staff members who have to go out there and put up the barriers, put up the signs. And by loaded cost, I mean salary, benefits, the cost of the truck, just the loaded cost. That said, because we don't really know what that cost will be, we're suggesting a not to exceed so that nobody's writing a blank check. You can't say, oh, well, they took too long to put up those signs. That was unreasonable. And so what we can do in 2023 is look at what's our sample size of people coming in less than 30 days, which right now in eyeballing 2022 data, we had 20 events. Did all those events have a street closure? No. And I think this will also encourage event organizers to make sure they meet that 30-day threshold. Next is electricity, and we talked about this at the retreat as well. The city's made electricity available. What will happen is a lot of people will, McFadden Plaza is a great example, and I know the mayor's gotten calls, and I've gotten calls on the weekends, and people are at McFadden, they're like, wait, the lights aren't working, or this isn't working, and it turns into a fire drill. And so what the idea is with electricity is we'd like electricity to be considered extraordinary and unusual and have a fee associated with that. We'd like there to be a requirement that when you're using the city electricity, you need to get an orientation from our facilities staff That way they can tell you where to plug in, how much you can plug in, so we don't have any type of hazardous situations. And just have a candid discussion before the event, not like minutes before the event, but 48 hours before the event on how the electrical systems work at that particular location. And then if there's a callback, again, the staff would expect the fee to be the fully loaded fee with the not to exceed, because again, we don't want the blank check.
So the way this is structured in here, it says that this event organizer needs to ask for a meeting 48 hours ahead.
Yes, at least.
So I think the meeting should take place 48 hours, but the organizer should ask for that meeting 30 days in advance when they want to do when they're applying for the event. I think that meeting should be scheduled then, because you know you're going to have it. So get it scheduled so staff knows what they're doing.
No, that's actually really good input to get it on the calendar, not necessarily have the meeting 30 days in advance, because there's a lot that evolves in that 30-day
Right.
period. But to get it on the calendar, I think that's good input. Thank you for that. And what we've observed in 2022 in particular, because I've been watching more closely, I think, is people don't think about electricity. They're going to have their event, but they don't think, oh gosh, I'm going to need electricity to have this event, and I need to kind of set this up so I can avail myself of this electricity. And I can't tell you how many times this in 2022 we've gotten the call from Public Works facilities who are going out at the last minute, and they're saying, how long have we known about this event? Well, we knew about the event more than 30 days, but nobody thought about the electricity. So this is to force that conversation.
Right, and so that you're putting a line item in the application, which is a flag that says, do you need electricity? Schedule your event now, your meeting now.
Exactly.
Right.
Electrical equipment, which is different than using the city's electricity. This is spider boxes and stuff. You all talked about this at the retreat, and at the retreat, what I heard from the board was if they're using the city's electricity, we should make our electrical equipment available to them without charge. That does run a little bit afoul of Parks and Rec's fee policy, so I do want the board to have an opportunity to talk about that. And should you land on where you landed at the retreat, that we don't want the person using the city's electricity to have to pay for the electrical equipment, it needs to be very clear that this is only for the special events being permitted through Title IV. It's not for Parks and Rec facilities or anything like that. That's not handled under Title IV. That's handled through Parks and Rec's reservations, which it sounds like a little bit of a line in the sand, but it's really important that they be able to apply their fee policy and this not compromise that policy. That's something.
Let's talk about that for a second. Looking, who's got McFadden Plaza?
Not Parks.
So if I'm looking at your proposals and the streets, the park fee policy is going to apply to all the park facilities. None of these are park facilities.
And what you just said is the exact clarification we want to underscore, because we don't want confusion when somebody goes to reserve a park.
And then I'd like to talk about the not to exceed fee. So let's say I need electricity and my event is 4 hours and I'm gonna have over 2,000 people. It's $1,500 is what you're recommending for a 4-hour event for an electrical charge?
No, it's actual cost. That's a not to exceed. So let's say they blew the power during the event and our team had to come out in response to that and spend time troubleshooting. Could be hours troubleshooting. I don't know how long it will be. We're just establishing not to exceed fees so that people could understand. One, we don't want them to hesitate to ask for help, right? If something goes wrong. But we also don't want them to say, gosh, they're just going to charge me if I call them, so I don't want to do that. So that's why we came up with a not to exceed fee. And again, we're looking for board guidance on what you believe is reasonable. But right now, when they use the city's electricity, staff is spending time on this and may need to be called out during the event to address issues. And we see that particularly with McFadden Plaza. And the city is not capturing that cost.
I think we need a little more discussion in this arena. So for me, so if I have an event organizer that follows the rules, does the 30 days in advance, does the 48-hour meeting, learns of the electrical, executes on the day for the electrical pursuant to the plan and the discussion, and it doesn't work. You know, A, flip this switch, B, do this, and it doesn't work, and they make a phone call to get the support for that, but they're not the intervening issue. I mean, like you said, it's a breaker, it's a fault in a line, there's something else that went wrong. So I'd like to have a little more robust discussion here, because they won't know for their event that they're gonna get a charge, because this is an after-the-fact charge, correct?
No, this
I'm
would be
missing
on the
something here.
application, and it would let them know that if they check that box, as Supervisor White mentioned, that says, yes, we will be using the city's electricity, depending on where they're located, we will let them know that the amount of time they spend, or Public Works Facility Division spends supporting their event relative to the electricity, that will be a charged visit, if you will, fully loaded charge, but there's a not to exceed amount. So I guess a question for the board is, are you supportive of capturing that cost? And is this not to exceed amount a reasonable amount? And again, this is think of it again as a memorandum of understanding. The city's looking at this and saying, well, gosh, we can sometimes spend a lot of time on this. Should we be capturing our costs? So we need to know from you kind of what your expectation is. If you want, I can go through the next couple and then we turn it over to
So
you. It's pretty quick, I think.
We'll let this
Well, I'm
ruminate.
honestly, I'm not real comfortable with being an event provider. You know, there's plenty of opportunity out there for folks to go rent these kind of things, but if that's what we're going to do, absolutely recover the cost and let the folks know up front that there's a cost recovery factor if they have a malfunction.
But this isn't for a malfunction. This is gonna be an automatic, a fee based on the facility. I think we can ruminate a little bit
Yeah,
on this.
I don't
Let's let
hear it
percolate.
I guess I don't hear it that way. I mean, it may be a fee or it may not be a fee.
That's
So
not
is
what
the
she said.
intention that when they're coming to have that 48-hour meeting, forget the 48-hour, they're coming to have the meeting, is that chargeable, that time?
Yes, as written, yes.
That's what I'm saying. I think the
well,
fee's too high.
I mean, I guess,
That's what I'm
yeah, I
getting
guess the issue I have is if it's above and beyond their regular time, I think we should charge them. If they're doing it as part of, in their regular course of employment, if the meeting happens at 9 o'clock and the facilities guys work every day at 9 o'clock, I don't think we should be charging them.
So are you thinking the initial consultation is not captured in the
Correct.
cost, but then if they get called out, it is
Correct.
captured in
Right.
the
Or
cost?
if they have to go out and set it up after hours, if there ends up being overtime involved that would normally cost the citizens money, then this event can pay for it. If it's during the course of somebody's regular employment,
If it's a callback,
regular hours, then I don't think it should be theirs. And then I also don't think we should charge them if they get called out and it's a fault of ours,
Right.
right? I don't think that should be on them either.
That's-
I mean, if they've screwed
Work.
something up,
Right.
obviously, then that's an issue. But if we get out there and someone forgets to turn the breaker on to engage the place where the power gets plugged in, then, I don't think we should be charging for that. As a side note, when we talk about the park stuff, because I know you guys are here, my concern with the electricity, and this applies like at Fuji Park or anywhere else, if we want to charge them a fee for the equipment, I guess that's okay. But I worry about them renting stuff from other people and plugging it into our systems. I would rather us buy stuff, and whether we rent it or not can be a separate discussion. but I would prefer to have our stuff plugged into our system. You know, stuff that our facilities people can repair if it breaks, so we know that it works properly and it's not, you know,
Detrimental to the system.
exactly.
Be hand receipted, you know,
Mhm.
once they check it out.
Okay, so what I heard from you was that the fee would be not for that initial consultation, which per what we wrote up, had to occur during regular business hours, okay? If there were consultations that needed to happen after business hours, we could capture that cost. If they called staff out after business hours, we could capture that cost. But if it was a fault of the city, we would not capture that cost. And then I think it would be good to talk about the equipment, because the equipment fee, it might get confusing to the event organizers who pay if they're at, you know, the community center, but then they're not paying if they're at McFadden Plaza. So it may just be easier to say the park fee applies to avoid the confusion, if that's something the board is supportive of.
I don't necessarily have an issue if I agree it should be confusing, whether we provide it for people or they provide it at their cost or at a rental fee. To me, it's not a hill to die on. So
Okay.
if there's a nominal fee for them to lease the equipment that's our equipment, you know, I don't think we should be, yeah, I mean, it's fine.
I
It
think
could
it's
be a fee
cleaner.
that covers the use of the equipment and the small amount of electricity that's used.
Well, I still think though, as far as the cost of time, we spend a lot of effort figuring out a cost allocation scheme so that departments can realize their actual cost. Well, why wouldn't we do that with an event organizer? It costs X amount of money for an employee to go out there and do that, whether they're being paid or not. These events, in my mind, really are not a part of their ordinary expectations. That's why we call them special events. It's not something they would be doing on an ordinary basis, except that somebody showed up and said, we want to use the street. I think they need to pay for that.
Let's go back to your slide that shows the major events that we had there. So looking at those events. So are we suggesting that we're, I don't know, gonna start charging the Taste of Downtown $2,000 more to be able to host the Taste of Downtown? That's on a Saturday evening. I think before we ever make decisions, we need to truly look at what are the events? Because what I find that happens is we get unintended consequences, and that those are, except for the new one, the Great Western Steam Up, are we
It
going?
isn't going to happen again,
Right.
by the way. It's not going to be an
Right,
annual
right.
event. It is not an annual event.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, it may happen once every 5 years, so
Got it.
it's not going to be something that's going to happen all the time.
That rotate around to different places.
No, it's just, logistically, it's too hard to do, to get all that steam equipment. They spent
yeah.
a significant amount of money
Yeah.
moving that steam equipment into place in terms of trucking it, and it just can't happen that often. It's too
So if
expensive.
I were to just look at these and think about my community events versus a special event organizer that comes in for profit to run a special event, and so
Well,
for me.
that's what I'm getting at
Okay.
too. I mean, it's the
There you
same
go.
thing. That
Right.
it's the same thing. We're not, you know, there are people, and maybe we have to isolate
That's
special events
into the two
so that we
categories.
separate them into a couple of different categories, because
Mm.
all of these organizations benefit our community.
Right, they're
Um,
all,
And I don't have a problem helping to support them as our contribution to also benefiting the community. But if someone wants to come in and you know,
Epic Bike Ride.
whatever, the Epic Bikes, you know, which a for-profit company, let's
For-profit.
say that way, a for-profit
Right.
company, that isn't one of these events, maybe they do have to come before us. Maybe that's what it comes down to. If you're gonna have more than 1,000 people and you're gonna close the street, maybe you've got to come to us,
Mhm.
you know? so that we can make that decision.
Kind of like we did in redevelopment where we determined those, we really did, right? We determined that those special events were gonna be fixtures. So we did, RSVP for the fireworks. We have Silver and Snowflakes, Nevada Day, Taste, yeah, I think our community events in which I think the city really is part of it. It's something we celebrate versus a one-off Great Western Steam Up so I think you might be hearing from us that we see it as two different things. So for-profit that's coming in. And so let's talk about, we're gonna have the upcoming festival, Mark Twain Festival. Maybe that's a great example to have a discussion. Do we want to say if it's a local event, that we treat that differently from an event organizer that's not part of our community? Private business, right?
I think that would be difficult. I would
Yeah.
suggest, first of all, I want to frame this one more time. What we're looking at is whether or not the use of city electricity is unusual and extraordinary. Okay. So if we start there, and I think we also talked about the electrical equipment, and I'm not sure if there's consensus that the parks fees apply to electrical equipment when you're, and I think that's clean. But going back to electricity, I think if the distinction was more nonprofits, it will not be considered unusual and extraordinary. For-profits, it is. That's an easier distinction than local versus non-local. And again, I'm just looking for
No, that's
an
reasonable, I think.
understanding
That's fine.
of what your expectation is so that we can implement it in 2023 and see how it goes.
With CTA, Convention and Tourism Authority, we, say we because I'm on that board, co-sponsor events. And our CTA's co-sponsorship of that event gets the event organizer some benefits, for lack of a better term. So maybe what we talk about is we become co-sponsors of these events. Now the board just declares it, a resolution or whatever we have to do, where we are co-sponsors of these events. And events that are co-sponsored by Carson City, here are the rules.
Great idea.
And we could do a resolution at the beginning of the year saying, hey, these are the events we're going to co-sponsor this year. And next year, we're going to add the Mark Twain to that list because it's an event that we're co-sponsoring. That is a benefit in totality to the community and the citizens and the locations where the event happens. So maybe that's the way to address it. And then you can have a section where it says, city co-sponsored events, here's what happens.
Or even in your resolution, you can articulate the boilerplate resolution of a
Right.
co-sponsored event, and
Yeah.
that way,
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
in your
Policy.
policy, the co-sponsored event, is just not included, basically.
Right.
Co-sponsored events are not included in this policy. So I think if we take.
Unless those exempted by resolution number,
Correct, correct. So if
Right.
we take that off, maybe that's, so now Jen's gonna throw a wrench into this, I guess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Supervisors, Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I don't want to duplicate something we've already done. In our parks fee policy and schedule, we have a process for co-sponsorships, waiving fees. There's a process, there's a form. You have all approved that. I wonder if we could take that and extend it to that if we needed to address that, rather than reinventing a whole other process that you've already approved. Maybe it could be extended
Sure.
certain portions of it to address that. For our equipment purposes, it's just to cover our costs and our expenses to be able to replace that equipment, because that was a cost recovery goal that you guys approved. So we do have a co-sponsorship form, we have a process, we have all of that already in place. I wonder if we might be able to extend that where possible, but I don't want to create other issues where I
Our
might.
challenge is, I want to look at this as framed as unusual and extraordinary as opposed to creating a fee. If we create a fee, we need to do a business impact statement. And that will take a little bit of time. I also want to make sure we got it right before we finalize it. So that's why if we frame it as unusual and extraordinary, we're staying within the framework of the code. And that was the thinking.
So I wonder if, rather than saying it's a co-sponsored event, it's an endorsed event.
Whatever. We can come up with the language,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
We'll let our
Sponsored
handy
with-
dandy attorney over there, come up with the
Putting money
fancy
out.
word.
Well, we are essentially, just
Right.
soft money, right? But yeah, I wouldn't, I agree, either one of those would be fine.
Yeah.
Endorsed, sponsored, you know,
Encouraged.
making
Yeah.
mental notes.
Yeah.
Co-sponsored is a better, more neutral word personally, but I don't know if it matters.
Change liability, so
Right.
we'll let the attorney deal
I
with
would
it.
suggest to you, after we get this finalized, that you have a meeting with all the various organizations and get them so they can plan and prepare.
Yeah, good input.
Supervisor Shudi?
Thank you. So a couple of things. I think language really is important, and you had mentioned something earlier on the unusual and extraordinary. And reading through that, if I were putting on a downtown event, I don't know if I would consider my event unusual or extraordinary under the terms of what comes to mind when I hear those words. And so I'm wondering if there is an additional descriptor or an additional descriptor to catch an event that, so if you need electricity, for example, I don't see that as extraordinary or unusual per se. It might be additional needs or something. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And regarding the electrical equipment, I remember last year at the retreat, we had quite a conversation on this because we want to protect our electrical systems. And so if it's our equipment being used, then we have, as mentioned earlier, we know that it fits, that it's the right equipment. So I support the no charge or a very low charge or deposit or something. And in terms of confusion with Parks Department, I think it's two different issues in that, we're not talking the Fuji Park Pavilion. We're not talking, we're talking that downtown corridor. So just wanted to add that.
Want to keep going? Sure. Then we can
Sorry,
circle back.
derailed
to
you a
each
little
other.
bit.
No, this is good information. Okay, property damage. We, as city staff, has met with potential special events. Some of them have not occurred where they want to use city property. And part of the concern that came up was we didn't want the city property damaged, and it wasn't in the downtown corridor. And so we just are suggesting a statement be included in the application acknowledging that the event organizer is responsible if there's damage to city property. I did check with our risk management department because we do require $1 million per occurrence liability insurance verification, naming Carson City as additional insured. But according to risk management, it's not clear that that insurance policy includes damage to city property. So this is just so that event organizers are aware. This is an expectation. Trash collection in bathrooms, we talked about this in February. Again, just reiterating that the trash collection, the toilets are the responsibility of the event organizers, and the toilet facilities have to comply with Nevada Administrative Code Chapter 444, which talks about how many toilets you need per attendance. Again, that's just so everyone understands the city's not in the business of getting a bunch of porta potties for the event. Health permits. When we get that vendor list I alluded to at the beginning, we then make that vendor list available to the health department. We route it over to the health department. What the health department has run into is they go out to the event to do their health inspections, and vendors have set up the day of the event. And the health department can issue a day of event health permit. There's an extra fee for it because it's within a 5-day period. At that point, the day of the event, the health department doesn't necessarily have that vendor list with them, and they're looking out for health, right? And what we've run into, and it's not a big sample, but we've run into it, so let's learn from it, is vendors who are not part of the event are setting up at the event. And the health department is conducting inspections for those vendors, health inspections, which creates a bit of a conflict because the event organizer is saying, wait, I gave you this vendor list. Why, city, are you issuing health permits to these people who are in my space, and I arranged to shut the street, and I carried the insurance, and I got the bathrooms, and I'm picking up the trash, yet you're laying these sort of interlopers in. And so what we're suggesting is to sort of help mitigate that, is that any health permits that are necessary for the vendors on that vendor list need to be submitted at least 48 hours prior to the event. So we're not doing day of event vendor health permits for the vendors associated with the event. We also want to be clear that the event organizer is responsible if a vendor sets up who's not part of their event. They often will look at city staff, specifically the health department, because they're the boots on the ground, and expect them to run the vendor off. That's not really what the health inspector's there to do. They're there to make sure the setup will be healthy for people consuming food and drinks. So we want to be very clear that if somebody does set up in that vendor spot, that it's the event or the event in the event space, that's the event organizer's responsibility to address that, not the city staff's responsibility. But we also need to acknowledge that you may have private property, and let's pick on Nevada Day Parade for a second. Let's say the Bank Saloon, they own a piece of dirt, right? They own a building, they own a parking lot behind that building. If they want to have an event and they want the health department to come out and do a day of inspection, that is their private property, and that is fine. That's fair game. They're not on someone else's land. And so we want to be very clear that existing businesses who choose to have events that sort of are kind of piggybacking on a special event, they may do that, and health department can do day of permitting for those private property owners and private businesses. Hopefully that wasn't too convoluted.
I have a question if I
That
could.
again goes to the 48 hours. You know, I've been involved in setting events up like this, and with rare exception, if you don't know what you're doing 90 days out, you're not going to have a successful event. So move these vendors' permit requests to 30 days out. And if you're not requesting 30 days out, I'm not giving you a permit to operate today. If you want to sit there under your tent and not sell your hot dogs that you brought, that's fine. It's up to the event organizer to run the person off, but I think it's up to the city to say, we didn't have a request for permit 30 days out, we're not giving you one today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an issue with the 48 hours for vendors. I think it's, I've been heavily involved with the Taste of Downtown, and there are businesses who can't make that decision 30 days out. They just can't. They don't know what their staffing is like. They don't know whether they're going to have the staff to do the event. I don't think you can do it for some events. My question for you, just so I kind of understand, is how would it be different? And my question's related to making the organizer be responsible for kicking these people out. What if someone set up a balloon sale stand, you know, this coming Saturday at noon in Mills Park? What would we do about that? And I guess I'm saying, why would we make the event coordinator do that when we wouldn't all the other times? It would be our responsibility to do it.
Okay, I want to stay within the framework of Title IV. So let's say that someone, let's pick on Taste of Downtown. Taste of Downtown obtains permission to close Carson Street for Taste of Downtown. They arrange for the barriers. They're carrying the insurance for the event. They're handling all the trash collection. They're handling all the bathrooms. They've worked with all their vendors. I'm guessing the vendors are paying a fee to be part of the Taste of Downtown. And all of a sudden, a balloon salesperson sets up a table in the middle of Taste of Downtown, or on the edge of Taste of Downtown, but within the boundaries of where Taste of Downtown and Advocates to End Domestic Violence got permission to close the streets. Advocates to end domestic violence may say to themselves, wait a second, this vendor can't benefit from our event. We worked really closely with all our vendors. They paid to be here. We advertised they'd be here. Now this person's trying to take advantage, yet we're paying the insurance, we're collecting all the garbage, so on and so forth. So what we're saying is when that happens, it's not for the city to tell that balloon person to leave. It's for the event organizer. The reason I think I want to stay on what the Title IV events is because you do have the insurance, you do have trash collection, you do have bathrooms, and I'm honestly not familiar with how the parks events
Okay,
run.
Parks is bad. I didn't mean to use
So-
Mills Park.
No.
So instead of Mills Park, let's say it's
Do it.
the
Doesn't
sidewalk
matter.
in front of your business on Proctor Street.
On Proctor Street.
So someone at noon today goes over and sets up a balloon sales thing right outside your front
Well,
door.
let's do an easier one that Supervisor White's fully familiar with. They're selling fruit. Okay, we have that all over the place.
Yep.
So they're selling fruit on a street corner. What do you need to sell fruit on a street corner? Title 18, and it's going to be the same for your balloon person. Title 18 has a definition of, I can't think what the word is, but there's a word for somebody who sells things on a sidewalk. And so that's defined in Title 18. Per Title 18, that type of vendor, I'll call it a sidewalk vendor, I can't remember. That type of vendor is allowed in the downtown mixed use per Title 18 and conditionally allowed in retail commercial. So we have zoning in play. Sheriff's Office takes jurisdiction. There's a solicitor's and peddler's license that you have to obtain from the Sheriff's Office. Title IV comes into play because you need a business license. If there's food, in your scenario, there is no food. If it's cut fruit, or if it's tasting, then health department's coming into play. Public Works is coming into play for encroachment permits because you're encroaching into the sidewalk. And a few years ago, you all spent a lot of time on encroachment permits, and we have businesses who have spent money to get permission to have goods displayed on the city sidewalk or to have tables and chairs on the city sidewalk. So that person selling their balloons on the sidewalk in front of 108 Proctor has a lot of permitting to go through.
I know.
And we
I-
would
that's-
actually,
that's my exact
we would
point.
tell them to
Right.
move on,
But
just
the-
like we do with the fruit
That's
people.
my exact point.
Yeah.
So why
So, same
wouldn't
thing
we
here.
do that in the instance of a special event? All my
No, I hear
only
ya.
question is,
I agree.
is it correct to make the event sponsor be responsible for potentially getting into a confrontation
Right.
with someone who's obviously trying to
Permitted.
skirt the law and be unpermitted to begin with?
Well, I think at that point, it becomes trespass. You call the sheriff and tell him, this person's within my purchased area.
I agree.
Run this-
I
run this
agree,
person
but
off.
in the policy, we're saying it is the responsibility
And
of
I don't
the-
think so
the-
either.
the-
Your point's well taken, and you
Mr.
made your
Mr.
point.
Vendor,
I'm making
call-
me go
call
through all
sheriff
that. I hadn't
and
I
thought
wasn't
about
sure
it.
if everyone
Just me.
understood what I was saying.
Thank you.
So
One
I
at a
just,
time.
I
Thank you.
think that, I think we're all in agreement. I think it sets them up for conflict, and whoever the vendor is, and I don't think
Right.
I don't think we want that, you know?
Understood.
Now, I know some of these vendors and, excuse me, not some of the vendors, some of the event organizers, obviously. And I know Lisa will have no problem going down to the balloon vendor and saying, dude, you can't be here. But in the event something happens, it would be nice to just have her feel like she has the backup of the city
Right.
to say, I've done all this work. The city's given me a permit. I now need some help to get this person out of here.
It's when you dial the sheriff.
And most of the time, the sheriff is going to be there anyway, not him personally. Well,
Yes, he is.
if there's alcohol involved, he'll be there. But that's right. If there's a
Yes,
party
he is.
involved, he'll be there.
Well,
Okay, no, point well taken.
Yeah. And I just want to say in the norm, because again, just sticking with health permits, anytime the health department sees an unpermitted food activity, they need to use their administrative powers to immediately eradicate the issue. So I do not find that as a Lisa Lee issue. That is the health department. If they're out there issuing the permit, because they're doing inspections, that's what's really happening. They're day of at the event, they're giving you your little yellow or blue copy and saying, yes, you can start selling your hot dogs. If they see an unpermitted item, they need to follow their administrative rules. I don't want them going and calling Lisa Lee and saying, hey, by the way, you got somebody
sell ice, an iced drink here.
Well, yeah.
That's
that
not
part.
permitted. They need to do their job right then and there. So on this one, health permits, no. It's the health department's job. That's their role. They're there anyway. So whatever
Okay.
their standard practice is, they'll continue to do. So,
Okay, let's go to
next.
something easy.
Bleachers. You thought this was gonna be easy, huh? No. That's
No,
why,
I never
that's why
thought
we're
that.
talking about it, because it's not easy.
Okay, was there, actually, I didn't mean to move too quick. Are we good on health? So essentially, it's not the event organizer's responsibility to deal with, similar to Supervisor Giomi's example. We'll handle
Unpermitted,
it like we would handle
unpermitted.
anything else. And health will do day of.
Whatever they normally
Okay.
do.
Okay. Bleachers and stages. So except for McFadden Plaza, the city will not make bleachers or stages available for special events. I think we talked about this at the retreat and there was
We're not
agreement
buying
on that. And lastly, McFadden Plaza. In 2022 and a little bit in 2021, people who use McFadden Plaza, I think there's been a misplaced expectations and also a lack of attention to detail, and we've all learned from it. So, for example, what we're going to start doing, unless the board has a different thought, is having a separate reservation request form for McFadden Plaza. Right now, we don't have that. It's going to be very clear. Do you want the splash pad on or off? So we don't have, 5 minutes before the event, oh my God, the splash pad's on. They're calling me and I'm at a restaurant and, yeah. Okay, do you need city electricity? Don't think about it at the last minute. Think about it now. And then wherever we land on the electricity policy, that will come into play. And also letting them know that if you need lighting, if you need a sound system, you need to bring that with you so that they understand exactly what is provided and what is not provided. Because I feel like that has not been really clearly communicated, and we really, city staff, and it's my staff, needs to up our game on that communication so that people using McFadden Plaza don't have misplaced expectations. So with that, here's our conclusion. So we're looking for your board input on these 8 items. I think about 6 of them are easy. And 2 of them
So
maybe
shall we
not so.
say, no one had any issue with the sales tax? We all agree that they can add the statement on the sales tax, okay? Street closures, again, it's so long as you're within the set menu, which we did a long while back, and we pay with redevelopment dollars to cover that set menu. We do that transfer. We're all okay with those. I want to talk a little bit in the street closure, the menu. So the menu does not provide for any other streets. So we'd be making them come here to us. And so I've been thinking that I'm trying to get 30 days. We're not going to make board agendas timely. We're really setting up a different problem, and I don't want to do that. But I also no longer want to see what has occurred on Rice Street and some of the other areas. And so you talked a little bit about your form that's an acknowledgement. And I'm so sorry, I'm not in favor of that either. I don't mind that an event organizer, once they've received their permission, that they should be responsible to let everyone know. But if there is a street closure that is not on this menu and a special issue comes up that's a one-off, just something none of us thought about, that they could submit, but they'd have to have the permission that it is not an acknowledgement, a permission slip from the others. So if I looked at Rice Street and said, okay, there's 20 parcels on Rice where she wants to close it and have impact, that they have to sign it. So if there's a special fundraiser, somebody passed away and they want to do an event, whatever, that neighborhood, that street would have to agree to it. And then then you could administratively work to allowing that. So I just,
Everybody, 100%? So if you want to
yeah,
have a block party.
because right now they can't do any.
If
It's
you-
0.
Well, not right now.
Well, under this proposal, it's 0. or they have to come as yes.
It would come to board.
Right.
And I hear what you're saying, that might be a tight time frame.
Right.
And so I hear you. The benefit of coming to board was, again, for you all to articulate the logic that you're applying to get to yes, so that we could incorporate that in 2024. In general, as somebody who regulates people, I get applicants obviously every single day of the week. And I tell my applicants, your job is not to ask your neighbors for permission, but it's always neighborly to let them know what you're thinking about. And so I'm just concerned if we're asking people to ask their neighbors for permission, are we setting people up for conflict?
But we
I
already
can
have
tell
the
you-
conflict.
Well, we have the conflict on
have it.
repetitive road closures.
Yes.
That's where we have conflict. So, I mean, let's talk about Rice Street. We have conflict
Yes.
there. We don't, if the five of us are neighbors and I have a relative die and want to do a street party, and you and I have been fighting for years, and you're going to say no, and everyone else is going to say yes, and I'm not going to be able to do it. So I don't think that's right either. So, I mean, maybe you get a one-time street closure, one time a year. We do it with banners. We say you can have banners for X number of times, and then they have to go away. Maybe we set it up so that you get, a one-time street closure on the street you're on. And if you want to do repetitive street closures, then yes, you do have to come to us. And that addresses the issue then. So for those businesses.
So each person
so for
on
those
Rice Street, each
person
resident.
could close it one time.
So we could close it 20 times.
There's not 20
No,
residents on
I'm
Rice
just-
Street, though.
I'm using the
Yes,
example.
you're correct. That would be
Each
the case.
individual
Yes. But
parcel.
look, that's not going to happen. You know that's not going to happen.
I'm just walking
Right?
through.
But-
We always get
But the
some
scenario would be
surprise.
the same way. If you've got a cul-de-sac
Right.
that has 10 homes,
Right.
you could close it 10 times. So you could have 10 closures in a 365-day period. But if you're going to repetitively close the street,
Has to come to us.
then it has to come to us. And if there's a business on a street that is always going to close it because they're always going to do cornhole tournaments or whatever the case may be.
So I think we need to give staff the latitude to determine what is truly a one-time special event. Cornhole tournament wouldn't pass that smell test to me.
Wait,
Tin-
can I ask
tin-
you why wouldn't it, if they're closing a street? Why wouldn't it be a
Well,
legit street closure?
I think you want, like the mayor suggested, a celebration of life, 25-year celebration of being in business, those kind of things. But what's so special about a cornhole tournament?
No, there's nothing special about it. I guess what I'm saying is you wouldn't have to, you could get that one-time exemption for the 25-year celebration of life. That's exempt. But if you're going to hold weekly cornhole tournaments and shut the street down, then you need to come to us.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying.
Well, what way you said that was we just want to have a one-time cornhole tournament.
No. So no, sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay.
So we're
Okay.
we're on the same boat. If you're doing a one-time event, celebration of life, or your kids turning 21, whatever the case may be, you can come in, apply, the city can approve it. But if you're going to close that street 5 times a year, repetitively, or every Saturday in the month of June every year, whatever, you got to come to the board.
Yeah.
But if you did a one-time cornhole, then
Yeah, it would be
that's your
fine.
one time.
It would be fine.
Not the repetitive.
And that's not that difficult for you to regulate, is it?
No, we could do that. I mean, we're only talking about 60 events. It's not
Yeah.
that hard. And only 24 last year had street closures.
And it sort of buys us the issue that we're dealing with where we have these repetitive issues that come up as a neighborly thing.
If the cornhole tournament was attached to something, say for instance, a fundraiser for a cancer patient, I could buy into that. But if you're having a cornhole tournament because you want to make money for your business, that's not an extraordinary circumstance.
Right, but they would still have to come to us, and we as a body would make that decision. That would be your opinion. You could voice that, right?
Mr. Stuckey.
Hi, Dan Stuckey,
What
Deputy
can
Public
of
Works
worms did
Director
we
for the
open
record.
up? Yeah.
Well, I just kind of want to reiterate, like the menu kind of creation obviously was a joint effort and based off some feedback from the retreat. And, from a public works perspective, you guys know this, but I just want to reiterate it. Our street operations crews who are doing roadway work all over the city, they're oftentimes, about 90% of the time, they're using OT, overtime to do these road closures. So I think the plan with the menu is to kind of, streamline that process. We'd have traffic control plans created. We would make sure we're getting plenty of notice. If we weren't getting notice, we could charge. So to kind of streamline the process, I think the concern that I have is kind of opening it up where you could have potentially 10, I think the example is like 10 closures on a cul-de-sac is, how much would that open it up across the city? Traffic control plans associated with all those events, doing street closures. I mean, on these, we get these pretty streamlined because we've done them so many times. So then you'd start setting up different scenarios where it just takes a lot more effort and time to plan around it.
I don't have a problem if we say that you have to approve it. I don't have a problem saying that. I don't
It's
have
the
a problem.
logistics of it is more complex.
Well,
When I think that
Okay.
another reason I think for this was like oftentimes these decisions come to Public Works, and I think Hope mentioned it before, we can close a lot of things. I mean, it's not necessarily like a logistic problem. It's should we close certain streets for certain events? Is that the right thing to do? And oftentimes it's more than a Public Works decision, I guess, on that. So
I guess to me, there's, it's one thing to close, and I think you in Public Works can make this decision, or the city manager if you want, or the sheriff, he left. I think it's one thing to close a cul-de-sac with 5 houses. It's another thing if someone lives on Colorado and wants to close Colorado. Because I can tell you, I don't think any of us would approve that. We're not going to say, no, you can't close Colorado. You can't close Solomon. You can't close an arterial.
Street,
But
right.
it's different to me than, and I'm not trying to make it more complicated. I guess I'm trying to make it less complicated. If someone wants to come in and they live in a cul-de-sac, I don't even think you should close the street I live on, Ash Canyon. If I wanted to do an event, I would say you should tell me no. That's a back roads access. It's a bus route. I think there are ways to do that without overburdening you. I'm talking about a tiny little street. I don't think it's unreasonable to tell somebody you're not going to close an arterial. You're not going to close a bus route. You're not going to. And we could write it that way. You could close a small portion of a street that isn't a major collector, or doesn't serve a major. There's got to be a way to write that so that it isn't burdensome to you and that there is direction. I guess that's all I'm saying.
I think a good example of that is the church over here that does the drive-through nativity,
See.
right?
Yeah,
Was the streets
It's not hard
closed?
to do.
Yeah, they were
yeah,
closed.
they've been closed.
They were closed.
So
And I did, yes.
that to me is an organization that probably should come to us at the beginning of the year and say, we want to do this event every year, and we grant them the permission
Put
to
'em
do
on
that.
a
And put them on the
approved list
on
or
the
whatever.
sponsored list, or on the whatever list we're going to talk about. But
Endorsed?
endorsed. Yeah, I'm happy with either word. But
Mayor, if I may, I think Supervisor Giomi's comments were interesting in exactly what we're trying to capture, because you just articulated, well, in this case, I'd say no, in this case, I'd say yes. And we don't know where you are on these other streets. And so I guess that's why, and maybe a sort of a procedural approach could be, if we went with this menu, then what the business license staff could do is send a notice to every single person who had an event in 2022 saying, if you're not on one of these, if you're not on the menu and you want to close the street, let's talk about it. Let's get you before the board right away.
Yeah.
And you can make your requests to the board right away. And again, we're capturing most of them, right? Because that's everybody in 2022, and that was a pretty busy year. And then you have a chance to articulate your thinking. Now, we get a brand new event on some John Street. Let's just pick on John Street for a second. We haven't had events on John Street. Do we want events on John Street? I don't know. I don't think Darren knows. I don't think Dan knows. And so it's hard. I don't think Nancy knows. So it's hard for staff to say, oh, well, it's not on the menu, and we didn't make an investment there to make it a community space, but this brand new business opened and wants to do cornhole and is going to set up some cornhole things and raise money for somebody. It gets hard for staff. So I guess it would be great if, and maybe that's the answer, because I hear what you're saying is you don't want last minute stuff, but we also want to know what your thought process is.
well, maybe you're right. Maybe bringing them in is, I'm trying not to make it so bureaucratic that we we're such an unfriendly community that someone, heaven forbid, something happens to Mo and we want to do a fundraiser for him. And we have to go through all this bureaucratic BS to do an event to help one of community's outstanding citizens, as an example. So that's where I'm coming from. And I think that's probably where all of us are coming from. And I understand your frustrations on your end. You want direction from us. And we're trying to give it to you. But I think at the same time, we're trying to balance that, that good old community spirit where you could do something and no one's going to say anything, where I could walk out in front of my house because, my kid's turning 21 and the neighborhood would celebrate with me because they're happy, or my daughter got married and, it's not going to be that big a deal. I'm not going to have the police coming and knocking on my door. I'm not going to have,
You're going to have them joining you. No, sorry.
I hear your frustration. I hear it. I do.
Right.
And I know we're trying to find the right balance, and that's really what our job is. So maybe your answer.
Well, can we
Oh, wait,
say
maybe her-
repetitive street closures?
Well, maybe her answer is the best, and you throw those people and say, look, you've got to come to the board, and we do a meeting in early February, and they all come in and say, these are the streets we want to close, and then we go back to the menu. And if you're going to close after that, the answer is going to be no. Right? I mean, or you come to the board.
100%.
Or you
we
plan
go
it
to the board.
enough in
So the
advance that you
second
come
the
to the board.
application comes in, it's coming into my office, we're going to see where that road closure is, if it's not on the menu. And again, part of this is for us to help direct them to the menu, right?
Yeah.
Because the menu's easy.
Mhm.
You order off
It
the
le-
menu
it
in a
doesn't
restaurant,
cost
it's
you the
easy.
money.
You order off the menu, well, let's see if the chef can do that. It's harder, right? And so it's not a no, it's just a little bit harder because we're not 100% certain. And I get what you're saying. If a tree falls in the forest and if there's a street closure, nobody complains, yeah, that went really well. But when they do complain, it doesn't go
I
so
know.
well.
It's like I've said before, nobody wants regulations
So that,
until they
you
want
know,
regulations.
The idea of making it easier, you have in here, you want 30-day notice on a road closure. Is that really enough time to get your people scheduled? Would 90 days be better?
We're trying to
That's
work
too
within the
far.
framework of the code. So in working within the framework of the code calls for the application to be at least 30 days in advance. Now, is Dan going to say yes to your question? I'm sure he is.
It says
90
at-
days is better than 60 is better than 30.
Well, yeah,
But
That
I'm just,
requires a
I'm
code
advocating
change.
to stay within the framework of the code. And maybe in a
We won't do
year,
code
we
next
ask
year.
for a code change to get to 60 days if there's a street closure.
right? So the code says at least 30 days. Can we mandate 90 days?
I think your approach is
No.
best, Hope. I think you've got
Okay.
the answer that, we ask those people to come before the board if they want to close the street other than this, and they have to do it in early January or February to get it on the books for our beta year 23. And then if it's beyond that, they've got to get it in. If they don't make, if 30 days isn't enough for them, then they're out of luck. Basically, they'd have to go to the menu or they couldn't do it. And we try that for a year and see where things fall out.
Well, yeah, that's right. Let's give it a test drive and see
Yeah.
what it does. The other thing that I did notice, when you quoted 4.04.077, when I read that, I noticed in there it talks about police officers. We don't have police officers, we have deputy sheriffs. Does that need to get cleaned up? Is that something that?
Our sheriff's incredibly cooperative, so I think we're good.
Well, we can catch it when we do the Title IV
Right.
review,
When we do
right?
Title IV cleanup,
can
we'll
fix
hit it.
that.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
I mean, I think,
Okay.
you're gonna do the city endorsed events, right, as one hunk, correct? And then you're gonna have this
I think that's
menu.
coming up under the electricity. I think we're going to talk about that
Well, I mean, I
part.
think it should be streets or electricity, frankly.
Okay,
I think it should apply to both.
okay.
So electricity and streets for the city endorsed events.
Okay, so we should also ask them if they are going to seek city's co-sponsorship or words to that effect.
Well, I would.
No, we're
I'd
gonna
make a
put
motion
them on
today
the
to grant
list.
it.
Oh,
I'd
you're
do
going
it-
to
I would do it
proactively
today.
put them on
We're
the
gonna
list.
proactively, yep,
Okay,
just like we did in redevelopment,
okay.
which.
But for any
most
future
of those
events,
are
someone
gonna
is
come
gonna have to
over.
come to us to
Right.
become a city endorsed event, or whatever term we're gonna
Okay.
use.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so we're all agreeing, just because I want to go through these once. So yes on the sales tax, you want to accept number 2 as Hope has presented.
And for the
Okay.
benefit of the record, I will send a letter right away to all the event organizers advising them of the menu and advising them if they'd like to close other streets, to please contact me and I'll work with them.
Okay. Are you on number 1 or number 2 to talk to us? Okay, then we're going to go to number 3, which was the electricity. And so in general, again, we don't want to impact the endorsed
Right.
ones, right?
Right.
But otherwise, she can implement
The menu.
the menu that this electricity that you did, except for
And-
those
and-
that we're going to put on the endorsed list or
And the
whatever.
parks fees will apply per their adopted policy.
I need, I
not
can't
sold
do
on
this
that.
blindly. My
Okay.
problem, and I'll just be really frank on this, what I learned in the parks fees, which is, I think we did a tremendous, wonderful job. We used cost recovery. We did all of that right.
Okay.
But when I went to an event, what we did not take into account is the cumulative impact of the number of lines in the fee schedule that event was going to be subjected to. So events that used to cost them, I looked at it, $3,000 to host the very same event. We approved the new fee schedule. The next day, their event cost them $6,500. Where when you looked at the fee schedule, we looked like we were increasing fees 10%. They paid $3,000, now they pay $6,500. That's not 10% any way you look at it. But it's because you might add more fees that we didn't used to charge or, and so what bothers me here is I don't know what you're talking about to say, what is the typical event that's renting something in McFadden Plaza? So what are they not paying for that we're giving them for free that we charge in the park system fee, and how much is that? So I have to have I cannot, are we talking about $50? Are we talking about $500? Are we, what are we talking about?
Dave or Jen, do you know what for the spider boxes and stuff, do you have those fees?
Yeah, Dave's got it right in his head.
But you see what, I'm so sorry, but I have to have that answer.
And again, it's limited to electrical equipment.
Madam Mayor, Board of Supervisors, this is Dave Navarro, Parks Operations Superintendent. So the current fee that we have for our power distribution box or like spider box is $100 like a day. So that's the current fee that we have for that. Any other like electrical stuff, we don't, that's typically not us. We just deal with the spider boxes.
So if you have an event on Saturday and you need to pick it up on Friday, do you charge them for Friday and Saturday?
No, what we typically do is we will work with them and just charge them like for the day
that the event is happening.
Correct.
Then they get a day to pick it up and a day to return it.
Let me do Taste of Downtown. Pretend. How many spider boxes? Like I said, I'm getting smarter here.
Yeah.
I'm getting smarter. It's not one. How many? So that's what I'm getting at is I'm finding out. I thought, oh, okay, $100, I could live with that. It's not $100, it's $800.
So the Taste of Downtown has average, I've been here since 2006, and that event has grown and grown. So we went, I think, from an average of like 13 to 14 spider boxes. I think that's where we're at now, but at one time we were at like 20 plus that
So
we had.
$2,000 for
So
their event.
it's-
I was getting.
I think also, for events like that, and we've talked about it in our department. It's like maybe there needs to be like a fee for like renting like the trailer that all those are sitting in, and then it's you rent the trailer when you get past a certain point. You get past like 10, 11, 12, or whatever that is, and
I'm
maybe.
in favor of this year collecting the data to determine whether there's another fee point or something that we could update the parks to so that we're not getting to these huge unintended consequences of, oh, whoa, that was $2,000 we just charged them when they paid zero the year before, which would almost wipe out some of these events. So can we, in this beta year, collect what those electrical equipment was? What, so you could come and say, okay, Taste of Downtown, 20 spider boxes. And then when we do the final, we can make a
So
decision.
for this year, you're
It's-
saying no charge.
Yeah, but collect the data so we understand
In
the
her
impact.
policy, no
Right,
charge.
correct.
But collect data, yes.
Yeah,
I would agree to that, and let's see where we are at the end of the year.
right. I just want to make sure we're all on with that, because our final motion can then just be as discussed on the record, so, okay. Property damage, we were all okay with the statement saying your insurance includes the property damage. Trash collection in toilets, we were okay with the statement on that. Health permits, it's the job of the health department to regulate health permits.
So,
Safer.
for the record, Nikki Aker, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services. So, within Title Code 9, Title 9, yes, when it comes to food,
Right, food, I'm
we,
just talking health permits.
we have the purview, if the food is not safe, then we do not permit them. As far as location, that's where the location that we have jurisdiction over is mobile food units. They can only be at one location for 4 hours. When a business that we have already permitted, they apply for a temporary food permit and they want to set up outside of their business, then we inspect them, and if they're safe, we permit them. Where we run into trouble with this, and we just did, is if that food vendor is within this compounds of the event and has not gotten approval from the event organizer. Something like that, we do have in there that we must follow city laws. So just what I want to put out there is we may need the collaboration with other departments such as code enforcement and sheriff, because we're just over the food.
Well,
And is it
Hope-
safe?
Hope got that, I think,
Yeah.
when we
Yeah.
talked about it.
I just
that
wanted
they
to
were-
be
yeah.
very,
Well,
very clear.
All we're suggesting is whatever our current code and laws allow on any type of vendor will be adhered to. It's that simple. It's
Yeah.
not an event organizer running around doing a sheriff activity or a health
Right.
department activity or the
Right.
right
Right.
bodies will
Yeah.
continue to do their jobs.
Just making sure it was.
Yep, your food.
Understood.
All right, my notes on that one say that we'll work with the sheriff's office regarding, I'm calling it, just for conversation's sake, a trespass at the event. And that health will be business as usual.
Nobody had any issues on bleachers, stage? McFadden Plaza, you were gonna make a separate form so that it's clear on splash pads, and yes, because the mayor is not gonna go open up the door, although I can do it, and I can read the little schematic to turn the splash pad off, but I prefer not to do it because it's always at some odd hour.
It's good to let people know ahead of time what they
Yes.
can expect to get and what they can't expect to get. So that, I think that's important.
Right.
They can plan themselves
Yep.
for what they need.
Okay, but let me take any public comment on this item. Now that we've had so much fun on special events, because it's been that all day today, a special event. It has been. Okay, I don't see any, so I'll accept a motion that approves the policies as discussed on the record. You have sufficient record? Ms. Sullivan, you have sufficient record? Okay.
Yes,
I'll make
thank
sure That
you.
motion would work. And in it, you had originally indicated end of calendar year 2023. You'll need time upon the conclusion to bring us back a report. So I suggest we just indicate it's for the year of 2023, and then she'll bring it back in 2024.
So we don't want to see a summary back. We think we're good
No, she'll bring it in 24, not,
No, I think he means on this, on the 8 items.
Yeah, I mean, do you?
So I
you
can
feel like
certainly
you
do
need
that
to-
because I think we'll come back probably in January for you to identify
The
which events
endorsed.
are the, potential co-sponsorship or whatever
So
wording
do
we're
we even, I
using.
guess, do we even need a motion then? If you're gonna
Um,
bring it back and we're gonna
Let-
She has
finalize it then.
direction.
I think if it's, I think the direction's okay because we're within the parameters of the code. We haven't done anything to deviate from code, and it was really to get an understanding.
Yeah.
So you have
don't
sufficient
think you need a
direction to
motion.
bring back our endorsement list
So
or
it'll be
whatever.
our
Endorsement
working.
list and the policy will be back together, the formal policy.
In January 2024, we'll have collected, but this will be a functional operating.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we good?
Thank you.
Everybody? Just make sure everybody's good.
Thank you, Hope, for
Okay.
that. It's a lot of work. Thank you. Well, thank all of you, all y'all.
All y'all, all y'all. I love that word. Love y'all. Yeah. We need a quick,
We're gonna recess, aren't we gonna?
we're right there for recess, so if we can just quickly go unless anybody has to talk a lot. Okay, we're on our final agenda item. City manager, any updates or anything to share? Does any member of the board have anything to share? Supervisor
Just,
Giomi?
briefly, CTA meeting we had this week. Nothing major going on, but I just want to let you know that the CTA is working with Lindsay over at Open Space to work on Carson City becoming certified as a dark sky community. So would be a great designation if we can get it. There are several different categories of dark sky community, and we're trying to get certified in a couple of those categories. And so it's quite an extensive process. They think it'll take about a year or so to do, but they're working on that together. So would be a boon to the community to be designated dark sky, and one more list for us to be on of positives.
That's great. I was lucky enough to be on a call for Move with the Mayors the other day, our initiative, and Carson City was recognized, yay, for all of our coordinated activities that we did with the health department and with the parks department, of how unique for a brand new first time city to join in that activity. And then they proceeded to give me a list of all the other great things I could do. I was like, oh, it wasn't good enough. But we hit what's called striving. So we made the initial mark on the score. So super excited that we did that in our first year, which is quite unusual in that group to hit the mark in year one. So nice job, and thank you for everybody's help. And the next one we're going to do is pickleball. So any of you that don't know how to do pickleball and stuff, come on, we're going to do pickleball. In January, I'll send out a note. It's on our website. We have one now marked Move with the Mayors, but come and do pickleball with us and inside in the MAC, because we're showcasing the MAC while we're at it. And that was the unique feature, just to tell you all, that was the unique feature, that we did everything to showcase our community at the same time. And they were all free events that people could do. So line dancing was last one. That was fun. The senior center. So, Aubrey, you have something you wanted to share?
I just wanted to additionally acknowledge staff that I didn't in my last presentation. These board meetings and all the county commission and board meetings that we have throughout the city, just to acknowledge Tamara and Danielle for all their hard work. We come in, we sit down, we do our stuff. They are truly the magic behind the scenes. IT as well. They're always here to help fix our issues and get us up and rolling. So I did just want to add that, and I do apologize. They should have been in my presentation. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Schutte?
I would just like to give a big shout out to businesses and nonprofits this time of year. You know what? There's a lot of folks coming together to look out for people who are in need. And then, or to help nonprofits as we are looking out to help our people and our animal friends in needs. Benson's Feed every year, they sponsor our pictures with Santa, and you know, we have had we've had obviously dogs and cats. We've had goats, pigs, burros, and Gerald the guinea pig. We've had kiddos, we've had large numbers of dogs, and we've just had staff members sitting with Santa, and just lots of smiles. And it's the Benson's Feeds of the world and our other wonderful, wonderful businesses that really help our local nonprofits make a difference in the lives of people and meet the needs. And so thank you, thank you. And that's it. Thanks.
Supervisor White.
Thank you. Just in case anybody is interested in getting dressed up in their camo and chasing one or another around with hand grenades and BB guns, we are tentatively scheduled to have live action role play back on June 9, 10, and 11. So
Is
get
it
your
more than
gear.
1,000 people for the special event? No, sorry.
We won't be closing any streets. So
I couldn't resist.
get your eye protection and your BB guns ready, because we're going to do it again
Where? Yeah, I heard where.
at the
Prison.
Nevada State Prison.
Okay. Perfect. And I want to just do a really big shout out. I think we forgot earlier when Assistant Sheriff Gonzalez was here. Him and his wife have worked tirelessly for, I don't know, year 19 now coming up or whatever. Holiday with a Hero, super success, I thought, yesterday. The sheriff and I had the honor to shop with some children. And then I'm not so sure, well, it was an honor to help wrap the presents. I'm not so sure they had the right wrapper, but it was really a good time to see the faces of the children and everyone coming together. So just want to give a big shout out to him, though. I know how much work he puts into that to raise that money. So each child gets $100 gift coupon. And then you have some people that maybe shop a little bit extra over the card because we can't help ourselves. And you see these cute little faces and I don't know. And they just want this little thing. It's like, okay. But anyway, it was a great time. So I want to do a shout out to them. So please, again, express our gratitude as a community for that. Supervisor Jones?
I was on a subcommittee that put out a bid for the mural for the Mark Twain Days. The State Museum has granted us permission to put a big mural on the south wall of the museum. We picked an artist yesterday, and if they accept, we'll go from there. And I want to recognize that was Karen Aboud's last meeting as an arts and culture provider, and she's done a wonderful job. She's a great friend, and I just really appreciate all of her input in various areas over the years.
Very dedicated. So we will now move to final public comment of the meeting. Do we have any final public comment for the Board of Supervisors? Okay. Mr. Jones, would you like the honor? Come on down here. Come on down here. I don't share this honor often, but since it is your, oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't raise your hand or anything to me. I'm sorry. I missed it. That's all right. No problem. No problem.
Day. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I had 3 items that I'd like to bring up, and I can't find them, but I think I can paraphrase. First, I'd like to have a way that people could have a formal statement. How does a person get something on your agenda? Just a step-by-step type process that could be easily followed if it were available. I don't think I'm the only one with this issue, so I appreciate that. I'd also like to add the word that I couldn't come up with before as far as possible consideration, road impact fees on developers And I know they're used in other areas, but as I was told and was suggested is that you have to have that balancing act, just like the fees that are being considered at the landfill. You don't want to scare away your capital people as far as they pay towards those considerations. But you have a balancing act, and I think the roads are really taking a pounding, and because the roads need the funding, to have that specifically earmarked for road repair would be helpful, I think. And other things specifically earmarked for roads needs to be done, and other considerations as to where to get that money, because it's huge. And then the scheduling matter. There has been some word of consideration that maybe, and I know that you and I have spoken about why the meetings are where they are and the fact that people didn't come when you did change the hours. It wasn't a big factor in that. But I think what I'm hearing now is that more people would like that considered. More people would like to be engaged, but because of work restrictions or family obligations, the morning meetings are tough. And as I don't have any of those things right now for myself other than health, that would be the deal. And unfortunately, I was so wrapped up in the other situations that I had noted. I really did. Here they are. Thank you, Denny. Meeting schedules, the road deal, and an agenda. So I think I got it covered other than to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, we'll try this again. Supervisor Jones, would you join me here? Since this is your last official board meeting, might not be your last action of anything, but if you would like the honor, I would love for you to adjourn the meeting.
So adjourned.
There you go, right? You're welcome. So we'll be in recess, or no, we're adjourned, and we'll come back as the health board will set up to do the health. Is Dr. Lyons en route? Oh, she's here. Okay, so we'll just take a brief 5-10 minutes to use the facilities and stuff, and Dr. Lyons will take over.
for our roll call. And I get to borrow the mayor's just briefly. Yes.
Chair Lyons,
Here.
Vice Chair Giammi. Member Bagwell.
Here.
Member Furlong.
Here.
Member Jones. Member Shute.
Here.
Member White.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. We'll start with public comment. Denny?
Dr. Lyon and supervisors, my concern right now is the cold. And have you had any upraise in the health issues related to the cold weather as far as the homeless and such? That was just a basic question. I would have caught you in the hall, but I had to use the restroom. Thank you.
I'm not aware of any. Night on the off the streets has been very successful over the last 5 years in preventing serious injury from the cold. So, and the sheriff says that's correct. So, is there any other public comment? Okay, hearing none. Possible action approval of the minutes. And I did have a comment on the minutes, actually, on page 5. It is paragraph, I guess this is by minutes, or yeah, by minutes, 45412. And the very last statement, it says, she believed that drugs were an issue and stated that nonprofits like Fish. What? It's a blank. It's a blank. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So this is the, no, 45412. The very last sentence in that paragraph said, she believed that drugs were an issue and stated that nonprofits like Fish
Should be looked to solve the problem.
I don't know.
That is what it is.
It should be looked to, so.
Dr. Lyons, I will listen to it and add it.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Any other comments on the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes as amended on the record.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes to accept the minutes. And then for possible action, discussion is my report. And I'll just point out a few things. I attended the Quail water treatment plant tour. I had a ticket with an 8-year-old who lives in my neighborhood, so I could go to that family event. And it was incredible to learn what's involved in processing water that comes out of a creek, right? And what we do to mitigate contamination. Anyway, that was very interesting. I want to say participated in the flu vaccine dispensing exercise at Fuji Park, and want to remind us all that our preparedness team does those events on a regular basis so that we are prepared for things like COVID when those type of issues come around, and prepared if monkeypox or whatever else might be on the horizon. Also met with Access to Healthcare, and this is a Nevada-based program that is a bridge for those who don't qualify for Medicaid, those who can't afford the Nevada Health Link, and so some of the services that they can provide. And separately, as a provider, volunteer physician at Fish, boy, are these services needed. And we need probably a lot more than what we have. But anyway, met with them to find out what was available there. The SARC committee, the number of cases are now paralleling those of the pre-COVID pandemic levels. And then regarding the rest of my report, have the information now about the Novavax, which is based on technology of some 20 to 30 years. So that vaccine is now available for those who were concerned about the COVID vaccines being based on such new and novel technologies. So that vaccine is available for COVID that is been based on technology that's been out there for decades and is used in other vaccines. Want to bring forward just this article from the New York Times. We were talking about homelessness last time, and an adults over 65 is the only age group in this last year where the poverty rate increased. It increased by only 1%, but in our population here in Carson City, that would mean we have another 118 seniors who are suffering with poverty. So it's not a small issue. Glad to see that we have almost 250 low-income apartments between the complex on Roop and Badai that are coming into, that are being shoveled as we talk. And then regarding this official health advisory that came out from the CDC, we're kind of in the middle of a perfect storm between COVID, influenza, and respiratory syncytial virus. A lot of children under 6 being hospitalized for the respiratory syncytial virus. Some of those also have the other viruses as well. It's not common to have co-infections, but they are occurring. What we need to know is that we can prevent hospitalization and death associated with COVID. And with influenza, there is not a vaccine for respiratory syncytial virus, nor is there an antiviral. So one needs to be cautious with those young children, right? Especially your infants. And then regarding the flu vaccine, always want to harp on this. I know that you all know it, but I like the public to know it, and this is a forum to get that information out. And that studies regarding the flu vaccine show that they make a difference. They decrease severe life-threatening illness in children by 75%, and they decrease hospitalizations, flu-related hospitalizations in kids from 6 months to 17 years by 41%, and and then the information about mask up, back up, wash up, vax up for COVID and for flu. And if you have a fever, you need to consider being seen because we do have treatments and for COVID, the Paxlovid, and we have treatments for flu. But they have to be accessed early. So if you have a fever and cold symptoms, you want to find out what it is that you have, because it can be treated and decrease. And in fact, that was additional materials here for you regarding whether you've been vaccinated or not. If you develop COVID and you are in one of the high-risk categories, the Paxlovid decreases your risk of being hospitalized by 51%. I just had a friend recently who is 70 plus, and she was placed on the Paxlovid, okay? And that is a free number through the state, and they'll walk you through whether you qualify and then walk you through getting a hold of the medication. And as we talked about the perfect storm here, you can see how COVID, influenza, and then RSV are spiking, and this is as of last Friday. Want to also point out that we're having trouble with school attendance. This was stated at one of the Family Life Committee by one of the school nurses, that some of the older kids are having to care for their younger siblings with the parents out working if there's an illness in the home. And the health officer from Alpine County, which represents the Markleyville and Woodford area, reported that their school there, which I believe is K through 8, 8th grade, had 54% absenteeism last week, or actually this week, and they were considering whether they needed to close. those kids in Alpine County go to Douglas County, which is just down the street from us, for high school. So it's out and about. And I think that concludes my comments. Are there any questions? Oh, I forgot this, the Nevada Hospital Association. We are at 100% for pediatric beds throughout the entire state. We're in excess of that for our pediatric ICU beds, and our neonatal ICU beds are problematic as well. St. Mary's closed down their pediatric, probably, low usage at that particular time in terms of their financial decisions. Those that a lot of their equipment has been loaned over or sent over to Washoe, but it is still a problem. And normally we don't see the peak for RSV until December, February. Hopefully we're going to see an early peak because it's already pretty bad. And most of those beds are filled with children under 6. So that would be my final comments. Any comments, questions?
Move to accept the report.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor of accepting the health officer report?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. And then for the next items, 26B, discussion only. This is a presentation regarding the regionalization. Public, if it starts out wrong, it's going to stay wrong until, public health in Nevada, in part with Taylor Allison, who's a public health coordinator for the Nevada Association of Counties. So thank you.
So this is Nikki, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services. And I asked for a presentation on this since it was presented to Lyon County Board of Health in November, I believe. And I think all of you have heard about the new health districts that is getting formed, the Central Nevada Health District. So wanted you to have information.
Thank you for that, Nikki. For the record, Taylor Allison with the Nevada Association of Counties. I'm here really also on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services. Julia Peak is the one who offered the presentation to Lyon County, and today they had their interim finance committee meeting. So I'm here in support of all of you. My position's housed with NACO, Nevada Association of Counties. As most of you are aware, here to serve 16 current members of NACO as a collective voice, as county governments are closest to the people. So July of last year, the executive board and our executive director chose to take on this position to help counties kind of navigate truly where to go from here in this this endemic time of COVID, as new public health challenges face our counties. And so I am here to support in doing truly that. In Julia's presentation to Lyon County, she shared the state health department's overarching goals for public health. This is a vision for Nevada. Local regionalized public health authorities, sustainable funding for essential public health services, standardized and accredited public health authorities, emphasizing accredited, that are accountable and constantly improving, a robust public health pipeline to support diverse public health workforce needs, and using a health equity and diversity lens across public health programs and systems. The broader goal of Nevadans to live the longest and healthiest lives possible. Sure, you've seen this many times. This has been the framework for public health for 25 years. I just added a little star here to note the assessment of community needs, and that drives public health. There's been great work in the Quad Counties and doing regional community health needs assessment. I heard that this is going to come to the next or an upcoming Board of Health meeting, so I won't get into it too much, but it is the driver of also these discussions and how counties move forward with public health governance. So I just wanted to highlight that briefly. And then where we fall as a state, Nevada's largely decentralized in that the majority of the population is served by a local health department or district. Most of those being, of course, in Southern Nevada by the Southern Nevada Health District. There's a health district in Washoe County, and then this newly formed Central Nevada Health District, which we'll get into a little bit more. And of course, the local health department here in Carson City. Public health governance in Nevada, it's governed by NRS chapters 439 and some of 441A, sorry. County governance, just to get into it a little bit, each county is required to have a board of health. Thank you all for serving in these roles. Each county must appoint a county health officer. Thank you, Dr. Lyons. Or the chief medical officer will appoint one. I didn't get into too much about mandated services and county assessments because it's not as applicable for Carson City unless you're looking at collaborating or doing some sort of agreement with a county that does do those things, like you've done with the Douglas County Interlocal Agreement in the past. There's two types of health districts in Nevada currently. Under statute, those whose population is less than 700,000, which is the model that the Central Nevada Health District falls under, and then whose population is 700,000 or more, and this only applies to Clark County. So for jurisdictions that choose to move forward with a health district, the process is 2 or more adjacent governing bodies, 2 or more cities or towns within any county, or the Board of County Commissioners and governing body or bodies of any incorporated city or cities, towns, or towns in such county, and approval of the State Board of Health, there may be a created health district. That's the formal process. The Central Nevada Health District did run into some hiccups with that word adjacent, and so there is proposed legislation from the Interim Health Committee for the 2023 session to remove just that word because Eureka County does not physically touch the other 3 counties that are joining into that proposed district. So pathways forward for public health. This gets into where do we go from here? For Carson City, looking at this lens, you really fall under this top portion of this slide in having a local, robust health department. Local services, removing assessments. The process to do this, if you're not aware, for counties that currently pay for public health services through county assessments, is requesting approval from the governor. I'll note the Central Nevada Health District did go through this process to remove assessments for public health services for environmental health and some clinical services. If approved, the next step is to present to the Interim Finance Committee at the state level for approval. And if approved, after 6 months or more, the assessments will no longer occur, and the counties have the authority to provide those direct services, such as what's happening here with Carson City Health and Human Services. And then there's a regional approach, which would entail dissolving county boards of health and the county health officer and developing a district board of health and district health officer comprised of 2 members from each participating jurisdiction and licensed physician, and then develop regional policies and regulations. And I think one thing, we're not going to highlight the entire scope of the Central Nevada Health District project, but however Carson City chooses to move forward, there are lessons learned, and one of them includes the development of a board. So I've been in this space for a long time. We've talked about regionalization off and on over the years. One of the concerns has been, do you truly need 2 representatives from every town, city, county? So one of the things that was learned in this process, I just share because I think this is relevant to this board, is that it really depended on who signed on when the county chose to dissolve their ordinance or dissolve their Board of Health and adopt an ordinance moving forward for a district. And so only the counties and the 1 city in the Central Nevada Health District that are participating will have representation on that district Board of Health. There are other cities, such as the city of Lovelock, that will not because they did not participate. So just something to consider moving forward. Some other lessons learned in the formation of the health district. It should truly be a locally driven solution if it makes sense for that region. That region really worked together during the COVID response in providing vaccination clinics, cross-jurisdictional projects, expediting laboratory testing into rural areas. So if this is something that Quad Counties looks at or Carson City does look at, interlocal agreement just has been done in the past. Carson City really set the precedent with the Carson Douglas interlocal programs. It has to be a locally driven solution, can be tailored to best meet the needs of participating jurisdictions. And then it's crucial executive leadership participate from the very beginning of the process to develop and build that trust. And then develop a working group to establish shared goals and parameters, looks like it cut off here, and scope of the project. So resources that will be available to the Board of Health, to Carson City Supervisors and Carson City Health and Human Services, anyone who's interested in what public health looks like moving forward. From NACO, we are working with the Office of Statewide Initiatives at UNR to compile all these lessons learned from this newly formed health district into a playbook, and specifically some of those boxes you need to check. What does a template ordinance look like? Some of the opinions from the district attorney's office in forming and assumptions that we may have had in the past were completely blown out of the water with the newly proposed district. And so putting that all in one document to be available to other counties. In addition to that, NACO's working on a public health economic impact report. We're working with the UNR NEAP, or Nevada Economic Assessment Project. They work closely with counties already and have a great relationship in building economic reports or economic impact reports. So as a trusted partner, it was a very organic relationship that they take on what are some of the cost benefits, if there's any data out there to show counties what's the pro and con to moving forward from a socioeconomic perspective. So that report is being compiled now. It'll be available by the end of June, the end of this grant project period. And then the final resource that would be available is a foundational public health services assessment. Years ago, I think in 2018, Douglas County started to look at what are the core public health services, and so they started to map. It's a good time for other counties to look at now. What do we want to see as our like critical infrastructure public health that we want to offer, a base level public health? And so Public Health Accreditation Board has developed tools in conducting these local level assessments. I'll leave it there. Any questions?
I'd like to add to Allison's presentation, and by saying that with the COVID pandemic, we saw a lot of difficulties in inadequacies, both at the federal level and all the way down to our local levels, partly because we had a very antiquated look at public health. It was too local. It was too small. Massachusetts, I don't know, has 120 different boards of health. And it makes it difficult to have a regional response. And of course, public health issues don't care about our arbitrary borders, whether it's infectious disease or natural disasters. I mean, take the Caldor fire. That was a California issue that fled right into our community. Thankfully, when it comes to the coalition, the Preparedness Coalition, Alpine County does participate in that. So from a national level and now the Nevada state level, there is much more talk and much more recognition of the need for regionalization. And in that regard, I'd like Nikki to try to give us a succinct summary of what we actually are as a health authority versus a district, because there's some concern that going forward, the state is going to favor districts over what we are as a health authority. And we're not in a position to be a Carson City district because we're not two entities. We are one entity. So we are an authority. And I also want to point out and thank the supervisors for supporting the initiative to fully deck out our epidemiology department, and that we provide not only environmental health services to Douglas, but we also provide their epidemiology services under contract. And my last comment on this would be that Lyon County is going to outpace both Douglas and Carson City for population, I believe, in the next decade or certainly in the next 20 years. They have two population centers, Yerington and Dayton. So they could form, and Fernley. So they have three major ones, and Fernley's growing major right now. Anyway, so they could form their own health district, Lyon. My understanding is they don't have an interest in that at this time, of course, but going forward, they very well could. And yet they would be perfect partners for a Carson Douglas district situation, because Yerington's right next to Minden Gardnerville, right next to Carson Valley Medical Center, whereas Dayton, Fernley, those a lot of those peeps are going to be coming into us at Carson Tahoe Regional Medical Center and coming to us for their groceries and every other thing. So just would point that out. That might light a little fire. But Nikki, if you can help us out about what is an authority and what are our potential hazards going forward?
Thank you for that. Nikki, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. So we are an authority. You saw the NRS 439, and we are an authority, not a district, because we do not have two public entities. We have one. We do provide services in different capacities outside of Carson City, because we know diseases do not cross. I don't know where the boundaries are, and we're close to some of these other larger populated areas. So we do have the interlocal agreement with Douglas County for environmental health. And then we also have delegation of authority through the state of Nevada for disease surveillance. And we have a grant that pays for that. And then our tobacco program, which is 100% grant funded, we do collaborate with the coalitions in the three other counties, so Douglas, Lyon, and Story counties. And that's a collaboration with their coalitions there. And our adolescent health program for the sexual education, again, 100% grant funded, and we will do presentations. Most of it's in the detention facilities in Lyon County and Douglas County. So that kind of sums up how we have our fingers out in other areas. And as Dr. Lyons presented, one of the hazards, and I'm at this point, I have not seen the legislation that's coming down, but there is word that there's money with the health improvement plan that we've been talking about for many years. I think you've all heard me talk about it for quite a few years. That is going forward again. And what I heard the proposal was is $5 per capita, that if funded, that's what will come down. And they're talking about allocating to the districts that money, and then other counties will have to go through a competitive RFA process. So that's what I've heard at this point. So, and I would just add, all of you saw that our COVID response it was robust, and it was in the 4 counties. And if we didn't have the public health preparedness grant that can cover all those 4 counties, we would not have the bandwidth to do what we did. It would, if that grant were to be just Carson City only, my estimate is that it would pay for about 1 person. And so 1 person would not be able to plan out all that. So that's kind of where, how Carson City set up, and then just some of the challenges that are out there. So.
And I'll just add to that, that regionalization, you're talking about the scale challenges, and that's one of the benefits of regionalization, is that you get that local perspective because it's your region. I mean, we have a pretty good idea what goes down in Douglas, and we have a pretty good idea what's happening in Dayton. Without having that was one of the problems that COVID brought forward and really pushed Churchill, is they felt that the state wasn't able to provide and wasn't very responsive for those counties, especially the Mineral County and Pershing County, and the further ones out. And Elko had the same response and started to look at it. I think the Elko thing is kind of fallen apart, but less than impressed with what they got from the state. So you need to have that local regional strength, okay, but you still need to be supported by CDC and the state and how those dollars trickle down. But the scale, because this requires expertise. I mean, we have a great epidemiologist. We have an excellent environmental health person, our new person, Maria. And Jeannie is fantastic on preparedness. So we need to keep those resources, expand on those resources, and we may not be able to do that as Little Carson City. So hope that we will definitely consider this, as the state does. Mayor Beckwell?
So I'm trying to understand, are you suggesting that the state will no longer allow us to have intergovernmental relations to do public preparedness across the 4 counties? That they're going to suddenly say that Carson, Douglas, Lyon, and Story, you no longer are going to get this grant because you're not a district? Is that what you're suggesting?
So, I wish I had a crystal ball to know what's going to happen in the future. I was talking about that improvement fund specifically, but if, say that the other 3 counties did form a district, then that pie for public health preparedness gets divided differently. And then Carson City, if we were just Carson City not providing services for anybody else, then that pie would just be for Carson City. And we're already seeing this with Central Lyon, because they're going to get a part of that pie for public health preparedness. I hope that helps.
Well, I understand what you're saying, that a grant could be split to, if those 3 became a district, their per capita share, but it doesn't mean that they're still not going to contract with us. A health district can contract with different providers, let me say it differently, or vendors or things like that. So I just want to make sure that I want to make good decisions based on data, and I look forward to seeing the reports, because I just don't see those other counties not wanting to utilize the great baselines and staff. And just because they become a new district does not mean they either can afford 1 or 3 staff. And I don't know what in the relationship is going to change. And so what I'm
I think the state will be looking at regionalization and wanting to favor it over independent little, and will be little.
And
Well,
I'll
again,
just.
I'm interested in
Because I
seeing
think that's the
this.
way
Right.
that's the way the national, public health is looking at it. That's the way the state is starting to look at it, and that's reasonable. This isn't saying, we want to make a decision today about, a health district, but it is saying that we probably should start to consider it a little bit more readily. And we have a great, in the Quad County preparedness, we have a great model there. And, we don't want to be left out of the pie and get so small that we can't even provide for our own services. If Lyon has considered a district situation, I think they've talked to other counties, et cetera. So we just want to be on the forefront of talking about this, considering it, seeing what it might look like.
And you're absolutely right, Mayor. There still can be those interlocal agreements. In fact, with the new health district, because Eureka was not adjacent, they are doing an interlocal agreement. And really, I think one thing that coming out of this discussion, there's many different ways to form this, and it makes sense to what's good for us, and if other counties are involved, what does that look like? So just because Washoe, Southern Nevada have the way they're formed doesn't mean that we have to be formed that way.
So based on your comment earlier that you really haven't seen the language, I would suggest it's a little premature to suggest that the state's going to go any particular direction. And if we're unsure about what the state's doing, I would suggest you dust off your lobbyist hats and get down there to that building and protect this community with what we've built, regardless of where the state wants to go.
I certainly would agree that that if there is any per capita sustainable funding, that needs to go to authorities as well, so that we get our $5 per capita. I mean, and I would hope that they would do it that way, but
Get
I
your
don't know.
lobbyist hat on and.
The $5 per capita is $285,000 for us. It's not. I mean, I'm not saying 285,000 isn't a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. So so for us to get ourselves all fired up because we may or may not get access to $285,000 is, in my opinion, not a reason to make a change or a recommendation. If that's the only hammer they're holding over us, that you're not going to get anything more than that. Again, I think we all agree we got to wait a little bit and see how things play out.
Absolutely, and like I said, we have not seen that language. I will definitely keep you all informed when I do see that language, and we'll be watching things pretty closely.
I mean, the other question is what happens to I know you have very little general fund money now, but if we form a district, what happens to the general fund money? Do we lose it, and does it go to the district? Those are questions that, as you go through this, we're going to want answers to, because I know with the creation of districts under different parts of NRS, not under this section, the tax rate doesn't get duplicated. In other words, if you created a district, you wouldn't get whatever general fund tax rate you're getting now, or if you did, it would come out of our. Yeah, and then there's the indigent funds. So it's all of that. And I don't need an answer now. All of those things, have to be considered, how they affect not only the district, but our city after a district may or may not be formed.
I can just speak to this, Taylor Allison, for the record. Just Central Nevada Health District, of course, is one model. If you go back to the beginning and how they started, before even committing to anything, I guess I shouldn't say it that way. They committed to exploring what it would look like and the parameters, like what this county would need to even move forward. And so each county did do like a letter of commitment to explore and put a work group together. Procedurally, that's something that the quad counties could do to say, this is the boundaries for us, this is what we need if we would like to explore further, and do it one step at a time in that process. And then what you're speaking to for their funding formula, everyone, of course, would be different in how you develop, but they did $100,000 base and then a $5 per capita on top of that as a buy-in for each county that's participating, each jurisdiction.
And then I would just add that the employees for that district are employees of Churchill County.
So they're the fiscal agent.
Mhm. And again, that's one model. There's many, there's many different ways that if we choose to do this, there's many different ways that we can go.
So is the board tasking our department with anything? Just keep their ears open?
This is not agendized for action, so we can't.
Right, okay. Thank you, Allison. Moving on to 26C, possible action, discussion, and possible acceptance of the director's report.
Okay, for the record, Nikki Aker, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services. So, under clinical services, as you all have heard, our Title X funding was reduced, and it was reduced by $247,000. So when we were funded fully by them, that grant was for $437,000, and right now our grant's for $190,000. And we're continuing to look at ways that we can readjust in that. And I want to highlight we've got some very good Title X advocates for us that on a state and national level. And that's Dr. Tim McFerrin, who is also our clinical medical director, and Dr. Sandy Koch. So they really go to bat for us and speak at the federal level for us. The state IFC did approve some family planning money for the entities that did not get fully funded with Title X. That was approved, and just waiting to for the grant documents and that to come through. So another thing that we've done in the clinic is we've implemented an interpretation service for our patients. We used to use the hospitals and then found out it was no longer available. So our clinical services manager went out looking, and we did find one, and that helps keep us compliant with the Affordable Care Act regulations. And for 2022 year-to-date numbers, we have got 1,681 clients and 2,039 visits. So we're on track to provide the same services to the number of clients for the clinic as prior year. Vaccination-wise, we're on track as well. For 2022 as a whole year-to-date, we've done 3,153 vaccinations to 1,588 individuals.
May, I just want to tell you, on your, please, for your staff in the vaccination clinic, I did the video to
Yes,
tell
thank
people
you.
that they could get their vaccinations at our health department and to come on. I'm going through a drive-through last week and this young man says, "Oh, you're the mayor. I saw your video. I want you to know I went to the health department and got my vaccines." And I said, "Well, how were they?" And he says, "What wonderful staff." So please share
So,
that,
I will.
that this young man for the first time ever took his own, you know,
Initiative.
his own initiative. He's 19 years old and he's going to go in and he went to your clinic. So please pass that on to your staff that he thought it was a wonderful experience. And I was happy that the video that I recorded did something.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't realize sometimes the small things you do really make a difference. But please share that with your staff that they made a good impression.
I definitely will, and thank you for that. Thank you for doing the video and highlighting the clinic.
Nikki, before you go on to the next section, I just want to point out this thing about the family planning. This is access to birth control and access to sexually transmitted diseases. We're going to be talking more about our community needs assessment next time, but in the Quad County areas, we have a higher pregnancy rate than the other Quad counties, teen pregnancy rate, okay? And Nevada in general is a course at the top for HIV, syphilis, congenital syphilis, I mean, a bunch of bad stuff. So what happened at the federal level is that the federally qualified health clinics, of which we have one here in Carson, Sierra Family, at the federal level, they were very, very successful in negotiating and lobbying for those dollars, these Title $10, to go to federally qualified health clinics. So that left us out and it left Washoe out. It was fine with Southern Nevada Health District because they happened to have gone forward to become their own federally qualified health clinic. And so those dollars went from people who were providing the services to maybe providing the service or had not previously been providing the service. So that's why Dr. McFerrin, who is our clinical consultant for GYN and those particular family planning services, along with Dr. Koch, who is a retired OBGYN, are very, very passionate because they know how well our clinic has done in providing same-day, next-day services, whether it would be about sexually transmitted diseases or whether it be about family planning, birth control issues. And so, I mean, to me, this is just like hugely critical that we've lost these dollars and we've been providing this service in this area for so long that, you know, even a transition over, it's going to be like, what? I used to come here, because if we don't get additional dollars as of March, by April 1st, we'll be having to tell people, go over there, make a phone call, see if you can get in. You know, I don't know. And we're talking about 1,600 new clients that Sierra Family would have to begin servicing.
Well, I guess they took the federal dollars, they better provide the service. Oh, right? They took a grant, say, well, it'll be interesting to see.
Well, I mean, it came from the federal level. We don't want to say that Sierra did it, but certainly, you know, Nevada.
But they took the grant with the
Well,
dollars and there must be
Yeah,
strings.
I can just tell you that
Yeah.
it wasn't something that local FQHCs went out and did. That's not how this worked. It was done at a national level, and the FQHCs were like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, we're going to take the grant money, because otherwise the grant money is going to go to another state. It's not going to come to the
Right.
community at all. So it was not something done locally. Yeah, so, you know, I mean, some FQHCs had been doing this as had Nevada Health Centers, but in rural parts of the state. So we had infrastructure in place, but here in town, we didn't have infrastructure in place. So, yeah, it wasn't as the local people going out and saying, you know, we're going to take the money away from you. It was done federally, as Dr. Lyons said.
So
And
if
then
anybody has some
on,
spare dollars, let us know.
also to add to that, under the Trump administration, the Planned Parenthoods did not get funded at all. And they reapplied, and so some of those organizations were brought back on as well, so. Mhm. Okay, moving on to our chronic disease division. So under that, we've got our adolescent health program, and that's our sex education classes. I'm very excited to report that the Carson City School District approved our curriculum this week. It's a evidence-based curriculum, so there's not very little wiggle room. Veronica Gallus, she is in this position now for this program. She has been working so hard to get the word out about the program and looking for other partners. So this was a huge success. And it's to her, just keep beating on the door. And then I would just ask you to take time to review the campaigns that I noted here. We Think Twice and Words Matter, Actions Speak campaigns. I also want to, under our Ryan White program, as I said at the last meeting, we are showcasing our second annual World AIDS Day art exhibit in the lobby. And these exhibits are in the form of a traditional art that we, think of art like a picture or sculpture. And there's also written art. And it tells people's stories about their lives or their loved ones' lives living with HIV and AIDS. And it'll be up for a while, and anybody has access to the lobby, so please come and see that exhibit. Under tobacco, we're continuing to advocate for the continuation of the youth vaping funds that were made possible by the 2019 legislature. And these funds are important to continue the work of educating the youth, school personnel, and parents about vaping, what those vaping devices look like, and the dangers of vaping. And we will be bringing next year a presentation to you all from our tobacco coordinator, so you can see what these devices look like. As I reported in the past, I did go to a vape shop, and I had an education. I thought I knew, and there's a lot out there. Within that program, staff continue to work with apartments and condominiums to be smoke-free. We do highlight the smoke-free complexes on our website. And those that are not smoke-free right now, we assist with policies. We can help them with any of the infographics that they need to get out there to talk with their residents, and we can also provide signage.
Nikki, before you go on, I just want to say we did get the coverage on the AIDS art in the Nevada Appeal, and this article came across really well. The interesting facts in here are that 12,000 people are living with HIV in Nevada, and it is possible to live with HIV. Requires medication daily, but it is possible. And we've been dealing with HIV now for some 40 years. It was how I started my career, whether you were going to see the HIV patients or not.
Okay, moving on to environmental health. I'm pleased to report that we're fully staffed right now. They are developing outreach materials to share with the public and child care operators. We are reviewing fees, so you'll hear more about that at a later date. And they are working on a customer satisfaction survey that will be deployed. So you'll also hear about the responses at a later date. The graph shows that restaurant inspections increased in Carson City and Douglas County in 2021 compared to 2019. And we all know what happened in 2020, so we've just forgot about that. The temporary events increased in Douglas County in 2021, and hotels and motel inspections in Carson City have stayed pretty level. When looking at the violations, more critical and non-critical violations were issued in actually 2020, so they were working, and 2021. In 2020, more non-critical violations were issued compared to 2019 and 2021. And as the bottom graph shows, it's got pools on there as well. And we have more pool non-critical violations that were issued in 2019 compared to the other years.
If I
Yes,
can, thank
Mayor.
you. If I can ask here, so if I'm looking at your chart, food critical, 20, am I looking at just the side? It's a different kind of bar graph to actually depict to people. So can you explain to me, so the blue is 2019, are you telling me there was, I don't know, less than 100? And I'm taking the difference each time, or is the gray I had over 400 in 2021? I don't like this chart. I want to make sure I read it correctly, or the public.
Yes, so 2019, there were just over 200.
Oh.
That's shown by the blue. And the reason I chose this this graph, if I can explain that just quickly, is I wanted to show how the violations compared to other years. And so 2020 is the orange, and 2021 is the gray. So
But
as
how
you
many
can,
violations? I'm trying to understand is it over 400 in 2021, or the difference where the orange stops and the gray comes in?
Yeah, your
So I had
numbers on
200.
your numbers on the side, Nikki.
Yeah, I
I'm just
know.
having a tough time versus the chart that puts the 3 years next to each other and you can see who's taller and who's higher.
so for 2021, you're looking at over 250.
So it looks
And-
like these are stacked, so
Yeah,
that
these are
wasn't.
really hard to, I'm
Yeah.
just suggesting in the future,
Something different.
yeah, if you could put the 3 years next to each other, color coded, and we could see.
I can
the actual
definitely do
counts.
that.
Thank you.
And I, like I said, I just wanted
We get
to.
lots of calls on restaurants and food violations, and I want to make sure I'm imparting the correct information. We do inspect these, and this was the result. So
Mhm.
many, and critical for the public, just a little bit there. Again, the vast majority are non-critical, so those are things like your door isn't shutting properly on the restroom, things of that nature, versus what is hitting, or what did you see over this last year in the critical violations?
And your critical violations are mainly those that are automatically
Not washing your hands?
leading to sickness
Okay.
or illness. And your non-critical are, yes, they're not directly contributing to illness, but it shows the way you say, keep up your restaurant. And it could advance more and lead to some illness.
Thank you.
Nikki, before you go on to epidemiology, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce your new environmental health manager. Yeah.
So this is Maria Minjavar, and she's been with us for 6 months. I think I did introduce her at one point, maybe. But anyway, because you all allowed us to split epidemiology and environmental health, and it did that through ARPA funds, that we could hire a environmental health division manager. I was able to hire Maria, and she has been doing a wonderful job and has a lot of experience. So you can just talk a little bit about.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Maria Menjivar. So I've come on board this year in the middle of the year. I have different kinds of experience in the realm of environmental health. Lots of experience owning businesses, restaurants of all different sorts, including a bridal shop, and performing Zumba classes. But overall, I've been working as a local enforcement environmental health specialist for 15 years in the state of Nevada, and I came over to the state of Nevada 2 years ago, but most of my work comes from California. And I started in Nevada under the Department of Public and Behavioral Health with Teresa Hayes, and now very happy to be here, a part of Carson City Health and Human Services as their new environmental health division manager.
And she speaks fluent Spanish. So pronounce your last name correctly, please.
Sorry. Menjivar.
Menjivar. So she has come up
We're
with
not
some.
going to get that right.
Yeah. She's come up with some great ideas and asked some really great questions. And I'm sure Dustin is absolutely thrilled to just be doing epidemiology now and strengthening that department. So
He's
Maria,
smiling.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the epidemiology division, and again, a huge thank you to you all for approving those employees to come on as city employees so that we can strengthen that division. So looking at this, within Carson City, the chlamydia cases were lower in 2020 and 21 compared to 2019. Some of that can be contributed to COVID, that people were not getting health care. They weren't going to the doctor. And gonorrhea has increased each year in Carson City. In Douglas County, chlamydia and gonorrhea rise and fall, as you can see by the graph. And as I said before, just remember that diseases, they don't know county lines.
So one things I want to say, I keep adding to your report, but this secondary syphilis, this is really significant. This causes neurosyphilis and leads to dementia and long-term complications. We are the 4th in the nation for congenital syphilis, which means syphilis is being transmitted to newborns, fetal, to infants in the womb, and obviously that's a huge complication. So glad to be able to start to separate some of these things out and hopefully get continued funding to screen for these and treat them, because both of these are treatable. The gonorrhea and syphilis, they're treatable. But once you get to the neurosyphilis and you get to congenital syphilis, you're talking, whoa, a whole nother ball of wax. And I'm very glad that epidemiology has been branched off, again, thanks to the Board of Supervisors, in that there are 75 different diseases that are reportable. And when they get reported, that has to be looked at, has to be considered, what does that mean, et cetera. And you need a specialist to do that. Not just some doc off the street like me.
Okay, for human services, there were two job fairs, one held in September and one in November. The one held in September, it had 61 employers and 137 job seekers. And some of the feedback that staff received was they really liked the face-to-face interactions between the employers and the applicants. And so branching off of that feedback, staff surveyed the businesses that were involved with the job fair, and there were, because of that, there were businesses that also participated in a smaller job fair or a part-time job fair. And we had 15 employers and 63 job seekers looking for part-time work. And I want to highlight here that the WIC program at the Health Department was recognized by the State of Nevada WIC program for our support of families who have breastfed in fiscal year 21 to 22. So they've done a really good job with that, and thank you to those staff. The graph here shows that assistance applications received, and as you can see, the FY23, it's quite a bit lower than the previous years, but that's due to that's only data for 1.5 quarters instead of the full fiscal year, so it's too soon for comparison. And then I have listed out here the different programs that we have and how they have impacted people's lives and the number that they've impacted.
Congratulations on the breastfeeding. There's no better way to feed an infant than breastfeeding. There's no better way to support a family than breastfeeding, and it's cost effective.
And you might not have a supply short, get any.
And within the Public Health Preparedness or PHP division, we did purchase a new multi-purpose tent and HVAC system. Our old one we've had for many, many years and was developing issues. So that was purchased, and it was purchased with our weather in mind and our winds in mind. So it will stand up against that. And we are working with a contractor on a COVID-19 after action report. We chose to go with a contractor instead of doing it ourselves because we wanted to get a true picture. And, out of that, I'm sure that we will have areas that we can improve as well. And this contractor has reached out to many people within the Quad County region, has had some focus groups. So we're looking forward to that and always willing to improve where we can. Staff hosted 58 flu vaccination events and gave 2,700 flu vaccines. That sounds like a lot, and we're actually 10% lower than what we were in 2021. So we're looking at what this is going to look like next year. We've got less staff because we had staff last year that was there because of the ARPA funds, and so it's going to be looking a little bit different for the coming years. The staff also hosted 12 COVID bivalent booster vaccination clinics and administered 447 vaccines. Now, and I want to note that these are all outreach events. These are not events that are taking place within the health department. They're going to other areas to do these events. And do remember, our clinic offers vaccinations on Thursdays, and 8:30 to 11 and 1 to 3, as the mayor highlighted that someone was very pleased with the service. And COVID vaccinations are given on the first and third Thursdays, and appointments are necessary. Talking about, Dr. Lyons brought up the pediatric hospitalizations, And our staff are collaborating with hospitals around the area, along with the Nevada Hospital Association, to discuss the RSV, influenza, and COVID increase and the hospitalization of pediatric patients. So those discussions are taking place and how other areas can help, but we are part of those discussions. And I did include one of our social media posts about respiratory illnesses. Postings are put on Facebook, Instagram. So if you want to receive this information, make sure you like us. That's the plug to make sure and like us on Facebook, and you'll get our posts. Any questions? Okay, for Carson City Health and Human Services in general, we talked a little bit this morning about the community health needs assessment. We collaborated with the hospital and other organizations to do the Quad County assessment. It's complete. The overarching priorities are listed here: the access to basic needs, mental and emotional health, access to healthcare for specific populations, substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery. Again, those are the overarching priorities. And then we will drill down further when we do the community health improvement plan of how we want to go about as a community, as a region, to try and tackle some of these problems. And my ask to you is we want to involve many different agencies. So if you are talking with an agency that you feel would be a good partner, and the partners can be anybody, businesses that don't deal with health, public individuals, please encourage those individuals to get in touch with us and get involved. And then I would like to ask each of you to also get involved, not all together on the same committee, but we do value your input. You hear from a lot of different constituents. So, I encourage that involvement. And lastly, the Northern Nevada Behavioral Health Policy Board's bill draft request has been posted as AB 9. This has went into a different direction than when I first reported on this. But I have listed out here what those main components are. And basically it is to support these boards. The boards have been very effective with some different activities or organizations, getting them involved and having those conversations. And that is what the bill looks like at this point, and it is posted. So you can look at the language, and I did include the language as an attachment.
Are you advocating for the passage of AB 9?
I would like to see AB 9 passed, yes. Yeah, because, these boards, they are ran by the coordinator. They really don't have any extra staff to do the minutes, to schedule the meetings. They're taking care of it themselves. So, they could have a lot more time if they had some support staff that could help with some of that. And so asking for assistance from the state for these boards. And they just have been very, very helpful regionally to get people together, to get talks started, and to move the behavioral health forward.
One of the other things within this is the section 3, page 2. where it says that they will be tasked with evaluating and monitoring behavioral health services provided to recipients of Medicaid and the CHIP program. And I think that's important because I've already heard whisperings about how some of the services being provided locally are not being very well the oversight from the state has not been the greatest. So again, this is where regionalization, where you can know what the good providers are and which ones aren't, and which ones are getting dollars and yet not producing what they should be producing. So that's one of the advantages that I saw as a highlight here. But again, regionalization, when we hear from Jim Peckham all the time that we need housing for the mentally ill and / disabled, I mean, who are disabled with their mental illness and will be for life, right? And yet we don't want to build it necessarily. I mean, we want it regional. We want it paid for regionally. We want it provided regionally. So this is the type of thing that could come from these boards, but bringing that oversight to the region instead of leaving it with the state.
And there are 5 boards within the state, so you can imagine our region is a lot different than down south, and very different than what's out in the rural. So it's what we need locally.
I had one question. Can you tell me, can you give me an example of a consortium in our area? Because it was talking, these would seem to be for child services. So what, do we have a consortium?
In our area, we have one.
Is that Ron
It's
Wood?
it's Mental Health Consortium.
Okay.
Yes, so that consortium will have to submit the
Right, the
strategic
plans.
plan to the board, and so that we know what they're planning to do for our region.
Submit plans to this board or to the Behavioral Health Board?
The Behavioral Health Board. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions and want to wish everybody happy holidays.
Entertain a motion?
I move to accept the director's report as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. And now we have item 26D, which is a report from Vitality Unlimited.
And you usually see Judith come and give these reports. She was not able to attend today, so we have got Elizabeth here to report on Vitality.
I'm Elizabeth Hawthorne, a clinical supervisor for Vitality. And as you can see, that's our report from last December through November of this year.
And on this report, I'd like to highlight, you can see where the CPC admits started in September, as was talked about at the last Board of Health.
Correct.
I had a question about this report, and that is Carson City and Elko. Elko has less than half of our population, and yet they have more inpatient total there.
Part of it has to do with the amount of beds that they have being different. They also have the ability to house adolescents in their inpatient portion. And a lot of times it's actually Carson City residents that are going to the Elko facility. Or vice
Adolescent
versa.
residents or?
The adults.
Okay.
For the adults.
Okay.
And Elko County's population is actually almost equivalent to ours.
When I looked it up, it made it sound like it was 29.
Probably looked at the Elko City population.
Yeah.
which
Well,
is
yeah, the
small,
county, of
but the
course.
county
Yeah,
is nearly
right,
as big as
right,
ours.
right. Okay, thank you.
I would make a motion to accept the report as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're open for public comment. Excuse me, yes, Supervisor?
Public comment.
Yes, oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't do it during the board meeting because this is his last official act, but I wanted to thank Stan for doing a stellar job at representing not only Ward 3, but our whole community. And, you know, he really has a pulse in the community, and he always has, and I can't think of a better person to have filled in for 2 years, and I'm honored to have served with you, and thank you.
Been fun.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, I adjourn the Carson City Board of Health. Thank you, everyone. And yes, happy holidays.